Doki doki ooh woo, all my heart's for you, my wonderful fiance, Seamus. Hello, friends. We're back in the kitchen. We made it. We made it. I need to move that over so I can actually see where my mic is on the audio mixer, so that that's part of how I know when I lose the mic. Congratulations to Sparkly for being our official first. Essaclis is our official second, and Kags is our official third today. Welcoming you guys. Hello also to Bubbly and Seamus and Kissy and Andre. I feel like I missed somebody. I Feel like I missed somebody. Let me scroll back. Hi, Kayla. Hi, Red Wing. Time for cooking with meatballs. We're making the meatballs. We're making the meatballs. No, maybe I did. Oh, Gigabyte. There it is. Hello, Gigabyte. I was like, I know there's another name. I know there's another one. You were still first? That's not what Firebot says, Seamus. That's not what Firebot says. I'm kind of chuckling at the fact that there's somebody who's going to give you a run for your money with getting first. Sparkly, thank you so much for that resubscription. 3 heckin' months. That's amazing. You are wonderful. I appreciate it. Firebot lies. Firebot does not lie. Firebot does not lie. I already need chapstick. Paid actor. So I'm gonna run through this real quick. When you came in, you probably saw a notice at the top of chat that said, oh my gosh, you can earn badges, because you can. These are called creator drop rewards. They will only work in this channel. There are 2 that you can earn. You can earn both. You do not have to earn both. But Twitch requires me to make at least a paid one before I can make a watch time one. So for 1 sub, you can get the bowl of pasta with meatballs with eyeballs on it. And for 2 hours of watch time, you can get the bowl of pasta with meatballs without eyeballs on it. So you can earn both, but just by being here, being in the stream, hanging out, you can earn at least the watch time. Oh my goodness, Seamus, thank you for 5 gifted subs. You're starting nonsense. It's less than 10 minutes into stream and you're starting nonsense. You crazy, crazy person. 222 subs gifted in the channel. That's wild. That's wild. You got Jokey, Boy's Mom Buttercup, Rattan Crown Acolyte of Thighs, Trixie Rixie, I know Trixie, and Kev Jose. Let's go. Let's go. Seamus is causing chaos and pressing buttons. He is causing chaos and pressing buttons, and I am 0% surprised because that is what Seamus does. He causes chaos and he presses buttons. You know Rattan too, good names, excellent. Yeah, that's a name where obviously I've seen it before if they've come in and hit the follow button. I don't remember where, but I'm sure everybody on that list is good people. I just don't remember them because they're not here frequently. I see Trixie, I think in Ben's stream. I think it's in Ben's where Trixie frequents. I know it's in an EBGG community because I go in and I say hello and Trixie always says hi back. Rattan also harasses you. I feel like everybody harasses you, Kissy. But you harass them back, so. Miri, thank you for gifting out a community sub. Welcome in, friend. I hope you're doing well. To Attractive Cookware. What a name. What a name. Pretty much, exactly. Exactly. Hi, Carrie. Welcome in. How are you? And now the hype train's gonna stick around longer. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy, and I really appreciate you. But we are barely 10 minutes into this stream. Look at your badge. You got the badge. Oh my God, it looks so cute. It looks so cute. Lurking while gaming. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your games, Miri. Yay, pasta badge. You guys are so funny. I love it. I love it. It looks so good in chat. It looks so good. Doing well. We got some yard work done, so that's done before it got any warmer. Good idea, Carrie. Good idea. Speaking of the weather, I have a really funny story for you guys. So yesterday it was so hot outside. We're talking like creeping on 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which is somewhere around 30 degrees Celsius. Muggy, like so humid. And I really wanted to go out and get my walk in. And I kept checking the forecast because the sky didn't look great, but it didn't look bad. It was in that in-between state, right? So I kept checking the forecast and it kept saying rain within the next hour, rain within the next hour. And I did this for like 4 hours. And I finally was like, it is not gonna rain. I'm gonna sit here all day during the daylight hours and it's not gonna rain. It's not gonna storm. I'm gonna go out and get my walk. I wasn't a full mile into my walk, and I was exactly 0.69 because I was in a Discord VC and they asked how far from home I was, and I checked my watch and the sky just opened up. It opened up. I went from dry to soaked in a matter of seconds. Like, my clothing, I hung it up to dry because I also had to dry out my shoes and they took priority in the dryer. So I hung my clothing on a drying rack. Some of it is still wet. Some of it is still wet. Like, my friends in the VC, because I was doing a video feed at the same time, they got to see me actually run, and it was the most hilarious thing I think anybody witnessed yesterday. It was a time. And it lasted for all of like 5 minutes, and then it stopped. But by then I was already soaked to the bone, so I had to just trek my ass home. Couldn't continue my walk. I wanted to do 3 miles yesterday. I got about 1.25 miles. The new Pastafarian church reformed. Hello, Opal, welcome in. We are cooking. So yeah, the weather screwed me yesterday. I don't know if I'm gonna get out today. It's gonna depend entirely on how long this takes, which right now we have flour and we have yeast. Yeah, Kayla thought we would need a raft. It's true, Kayla was there. Kayla was witness to this. Oh my God, it was such a sight. What I didn't tell you guys in VC though, Kayla, because I forgot by the time I walked back to my PC after drying off and getting out of wet clothes, the only spot of me that was completely dry was the back of my shorts. I don't know how the back of my shorts were dry with the amount of torrential downpour, but they were bone dry and the rest was soaked. Like, it rained so hard, you guys, and it was so driving that I couldn't open my eyes in it. Like, I had to keep blinking the water out of my eyeballs. It was so bad. Booty Eves, I guess so, Opal, I guess so. So one of those lovely humidity pop-up downpours. It wasn't necessarily a pop-up Red Wing because the forecast had called for rain all day. It's just that I checked at noon and it said the rain will start around 2. And then when 2:30 hit and it hadn't started raining, I checked again and it said the rain will start around 3. And when it hadn't started at a little after 3, I checked again. It said thunderstorms in your area around 5. And at 5 o'clock, when the sky had not stopped looking any different, I said, this is ridiculous, got ready and headed out. And a little after 6, it finally downpoured on me. So I was trying to wait out the rain because it was going to cool the air off, and it did. It dropped 15 degrees Fahrenheit. Like, whew, felt so nice. But like, oh my God, it just wouldn't rain until I went outside. And I even said to my friends, I was like, you watch, I'm going to leave this house. I'm going to go on my walk, and then it's going to rain. Thank you guys for a level 2 hype train. You are amazing. I appreciate you. Enjoy your emotes. The rain was waiting for me. The rain was admiring the booty too much to make it wet. I don't think that's the case, Seamus. I don't think that's the case, but nice try. Yeah, that is a great emote. It was an interesting time, to be sure. I made it home safe and sound. That's the important part. I'm still frustrated, though, that I couldn't take the full walk I wanted to, because this is, of course, a Garmin challenge weekend, because this is a Garmin watch, and they issue challenges basically to try and get you moving, and it works for me, to do 3 miles this weekend, and I was busy on Friday, like too busy to do 3 miles. Yesterday would have been perfect, but it poured, and today we are baking. Well, cooking. We're cooking today, so we'll see how long this takes me. If I am done by 6, there is a chance I could get my butt cheeks out the door and get that walk in. We'll see. Oh my God, Sparkly, thank you for the giant emote. That's hilarious. I did say that, yeah. That is your current favorite hype train emote? I love it. That is so funny. That is so funny. So, on today's agenda, we have pasta sauce. meatballs, and bread. The sauce, I'm very knowledgeable at making. The meatballs, I'm very knowledgeable at making. The bread, yeast and I have a complicated relationship. I want to be good with yeast. I want to really be able to make yeasted products. I just struggle with yeast. I don't understand why I struggle, I just do. So we technically have a bread machine, but here's the deal. I wanted to use one of my cookbooks, and the bread machine is a foreign entity to me. In addition, the bread machine requires you to use a bread machine recipe, and I didn't feel like doing that, so we're going to do it by hand. I got my handy dandy KitchenAid. It does have a dough hook. That's gonna be what does the kneading for me. Because I'll be totally honest with you, right now, even though I do massage and I push, this island is too tall for me to knead without injuring myself. I really need something that is like at the height of the bottom of the drawer, which you can't see, about here versus up here. Because I want to be able to push down and in instead of away. It's much easier on your shoulder. It's much easier on your elbow. You're not using as much arm strength doing that. You can really put your whole body into it. And I just, knowing my joints, especially with the weather doing what it's doing, I don't have the joint capability right now to knead the dough. So as much as I would like to hand knead the dough, I've always had that like romanticized version of just making bread every day in my head or whatever. I don't have that ability, so the dough hook and the KitchenAid will be our best friend. Although walking back and forth in the kitchen during stream might count towards it. So it doesn't, Red Wing, not towards the challenge, because it requires a walking activity of 3 miles or greater, one singular activity. So walking back and forth in the kitchen helps towards my step count overall to hit my step count goal, which is also important, but it doesn't actually count towards the activity weekend. Step stool time. I wish, Opal, but I guarantee you that step stool would slide across these wooden floors and come out from under me. It would be real bad. Lunch done in time for this? Yay, let's go. Kayla, what's for lunch? Yep, Kayla understands. It's more likely to slip out and make me fall. Yep, we don't want that. I'll do a lot of crazy things on stream, but purposefully falling on my face, I'm gonna put that on the no list. Nuggies and fries, ooh. So since dough has to rise for bread, we are starting with the bread. The bread I'm using is gonna come out of Beard on Bread. I looked through all of my bread cookbooks because I have the King Arthur on bread cookbook, I have the Bread Bible, I have the Bread Baker's Apprentice, and I have this one. Like, I have a lot of bread cookbooks because I really want to get good at yeast and stuff. I thought about doing an Italian loaf. An Italian loaf needed prep the night before, and I said no. I thought about doing ciabatta. Ciabatta needed prep the night before and kind of was a little complicated, so I said no. Focaccia was suggested to me, but for the application of the bread, which is going to be soaking up sauce, focaccia didn't seem like the right idea, right? Especially because this bread with the sauce, like, we'll be able to each have a sandwich tonight and save a little for tomorrow. The sauce won't be done until tomorrow. We're starting it today, but it's tomorrow's dinner because a perfect sauce, in my opinion, and I am a snob about this, I will fully admit to being a sauce and meatball snob, needs 24 hours being cooked. Whether it's slow cooked in a crock pot like we're gonna be doing, or it's slow simmered on the stove, turning off while you're not home or you're sleeping, that's a-okay. It kind of helps bring out the flavor to let it rest a little bit, but 24 hours, no less. If you let it go less, you're ripping yourself off in the sauce experience, and the meatballs simmer in the sauce because then they soak up the sauce and they are just extra good. I can tell I can tell when you make frozen meatballs versus homemade meatballs because I grew up with meatballs done this way. Where are y'all getting step stools without rubber feet? Do you know how old our step stool is, Opal? I don't know where it came from. Right, Kayla? 24 hours makes a good sauce. Yeah, blend and mature. So the bread also needed to make it to 24 hours. So we're going to be doing a basic white bread. Just basic. And that also serves my purpose of I haven't gotten into yeasted products very much. I still need practice. Let's not overcomplicate it and get frustrated when the bread doesn't turn out, because we decided that we had to go at the experienced end of the book instead of the you're learning end of the book. So the recipe in here for basic white bread is pages long. And if you noticed, I did not put it in the Discord because, quite frankly, I don't know how to write it up for the Discord. I just don't. So I'm going to tell you, it's from the book called Beard on Bread. It is page 22 that it starts on for basic white bread. This will make 1 large loaf or 2 smaller loaves. And when it says a large loaf, it's in a 9x5x3, which is your basic bread pan. So it's going to take a package of active dry yeast, 1.5 to 2 cups of warm water, which is 110 to 115 Fahrenheit approximately, which means I'm going to be turning my sink on and letting the water just come up to as hot as I can make it. And then just to double check, I got a thermometer. Do we have yeast? I got rapid rise and I got active dry. I checked that before we went grocery shopping last night, Shavis. 2 teaspoons of granulated sugar. That is for the yeast. That is to activate the yeast. Yeast likes sugar to feed on, and until it breaks down the gluten in the flour, it can't actually feed on it. So this gives it a jump start. Wake it up. 3 3/4 to 4 cups of all-purpose flour, which is approximately a pound. We're going to go with 3 3/4 cup to start because it is humid here. The flour is going to weigh more. If it seems like it's not getting smooth in the bowl, we add a little bit more flour, a little at a time, but I have a feeling 3 3/4 will be good. And a tablespoon of salt, which I forgot to pull the salt down. I'll grab that. It also calls for some softened butter for buttering the bowl in the pan. So I don't need it to be that soft. It can come out of the fridge. Beard on bread, that's a good one. It is indeed from James Beard. That is the one. That is the one. This is the cover. If you want the ISBN or anything, there's the back. This is a highly recommended book for bread. This recipe for basic white bread is the starting recipe, and it goes all the way to page 35. So there are, hang on, 13 pages. 13 pages for this one recipe because it's going to explain how to knead, what you're looking for, how to test the rise, how to do the second rise. Like, it's going into all the nitty gritty, but he says right in this recipe, get to understand this recipe because I'm not explaining any of the fundamentals anywhere else in this book. Beer done bread. Oh, that would be interesting, Opal, a beer bread. Oh, you were looking up the recipe, yeah. But since it's 13 pages of recipe, and it includes, like, it's got pictures, right, of what it looks like to knead and stuff, and they're actually quite quaint. But I don't know how I would explain this process. So we're starting with the bread to give it time to rise, because once we have the bread ready and rising, we can work on the meatballs. Why the meatballs next? Because the meatballs have to take time to bake. And while the meatballs are baking and the bread is rising, if at that point we haven't knocked it down for its second rise, we will then put the sauce together. Yes, bread made with beer is a thing. It is a thing, and it's usually delicious. It's usually very delicious. I'm fairly new to my foray in yeasted products. Okay, so we need to proof the yeast. We're gonna put the contents into half a cup of warm water, about 100 to 115 degrees, and add the sugar and stir well. Let me get the water heating. And it's important to have the temperatures, because when I first tried making bread, I was one of the sourdough girlies during the pandemic, but to be fair, I wanted to do sourdough before the pandemic hit. They would just talk about warm water, and I thought it meant tepid, but no, they mean hot warm water, tap water hot. You wanting to make bread now? Sorry, Kayla, but also not sorry. Grandma didn't make beer rolls very often, but when she did, she used the stout. That makes sense. Stouts have good flavor. We're gonna need half a cup of this, right? That's what it said, half a cup. Half a cup of the warm water. Where do we use? Okay, yeah, so we'll need to make more warm water after. So, this bowl should hold half a cup. And so I don't spill, I will use one of my glass actual liquid measuring cups. That's good and hot. That should be about half a cup. Set it down and see. Yes. Survey says that it is 122 degrees. We'll let it come down a little bit. It won't take long. And the reason being is if your water is too hot, it will murder the yeast. This would be a good temperature though for dissolving the sugar. I need what, 2 tablespoons it said? Teaspoons. 2 teaspoons of granulated sugar. How handy that I happen to have a sugar bowl. I don't have to get the whole bag. You're also going to see, aside from the bread making today, you're gonna see me use no measuring. You're actually gonna get to see me measure from my heart. I'd say my soul, but I'm a ginger and I don't have one, so. Womp womp. All right, 2 teaspoons of sugar. Put this away over on my counter. And then we're gonna pour this on top, which will start the dissolving process. Also, I tried to get Teleport working today. I updated the plugin. I made sure my firewall settings weren't such that it would be blocked on the router. I couldn't get it working. Seamus has changed a setting on the router. We'll try again. Whoop. We'll try again after stream because I was pushing it to get stream going and I didn't want to be super late trying to troubleshoot overhead cam, so we're just gonna rock without it. I think that was the better option. Measuring with your heart is the best, Kayla. Sometimes. Not always with baking, but cooking. Cooking you can measure with your heart. So the bread making is a little bit of cooking. 102. Now I thought about using the rapid rise, but we're just gonna go with the basic active dry. I told you it would cool down fast. And this is just, it's Fleischmann's. This is your basic bitch bread yeast. You can get it at the grocery store. They come in like 3 packs. And we do this, so even though I don't work with yeast a lot, I understand the principle of it. We do this to make sure that the yeast blooms and gets active, because yeast can just die. And you don't want to try to put dead yeast into bread and then hope that it will somehow work, because it won't. There. Definitely mixed in. Set it over there. That can just dry out. I'm going to rinse this off. I say dry out. I will use that again, because I'll need it. Put the rest of the yeast back up in yon cupboard. Especially with garlic. Listen, I wish I could have garlic Seamus. Yeah. Now that it's getting back to hot weather, I'm back into wanting my hair short. It'll be a big change though, since that usually is when I go super short. Oh, Carrie, yeah. But I bet it feels really nice. I bet it feels really nice. If you ever get a jar of yeast, keep it in the fridge. True, Kayla, true. But I don't make enough with yeast to get a jar, so I keep it in the packets in the cupboard, which is in a cool, dark place, which is ideally where you want to store those kinds of packets of yeast. That's primarily how you know, Carrie? Yeah, I think it's waking up. Anyways, stir well and set aside. After a few minutes, the fermentation of the yeast will become apparent as the mixture swells and small bubbles appear here and there on the surface. Perfect. While the yeast is proofing, measure 3 3/4 cups unsifted flour into a 2 to 3 quart bowl with rounded sides. Save the other 1/4 cup flour for kneading if necessary. Add the tablespoon of salt and blend well. All right, let me get the salt that I forgot to grab earlier, because I had a moment. Also, I got water on the island and I don't want to accidentally put my book in it, because that would suck. Your mother's not a fan? Well, your mother doesn't have to live with it. So, you know. It's not her call, in my opinion. You can love your parents very much and still not agree with the things that they ask of you. Third of the way down your back, you haven't trimmed it in a long time, you're lazy that way, nothing wrong with that either. 3 3/4 cup flour. See where that is. Oh yeah, that yeast is active. Holy moly. We've got a nice head, I think you can see it. We've got a nice head of foam on there. That is very happy and active yeast. Oh my goodness, May! May, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika, but you may also hear me called Sam. I'm a member of Everbreak Global Gaming, Set the Tone, and Content Delta stream teams here on Twitch, and a variety streamer who does everything from bake to create to paint her nails and play games. And today we are actually doing cooking. We're making pasta sauce, meatballs, and bread. It is a special event that the community funded with their channel points. So I hope you enjoy what you see. May, how was the games and demos? What were you playing? Welcome in, you guys. Welcome in. We are just getting started on the bread. We're just getting started on the bread. Hi, May. Hi, Cozy Games. Hi, Lucky Dragon. Welcome in. Welcome in. What did Red Wing say? I always make sure to keep my hair off of my neck and thinned out, especially in summer. You overheat way too easy. Yeah. Yeah. There have been many a days when I've thought about cutting all of this off just to not have to deal with it, but I love my long hair. I will be honest, I really love my long hair. Need to cut mine too. It helps with keeping the migraines at bay. Yeah, if it keeps your migraines at bay, get rid of it. I just dislike that when I decide to grow it out, it takes about 2 years. Yeah, that's fair, Carrie. That's fair. You guys, if you don't know May is one of my lovely teammates on EBGG. Does a lot of, I want to say DBD and such style games, but I'm also pretty sure May does a lot of the co-working and studying style streams. Regardless of what they're doing on stream though, absolutely lovely person. You should definitely give them a follow. May, if you have to raid and run, if you need to get post-stream self-care, and this goes for the friends that came in with you, totally understand. Don't let me hold you here. Would love it if you'd lurk. You don't have to. You're always welcome though. Is all true? Let's go. We played a demo for a game for Dungeon Hot Pot and one called Dragon Shelter, and we watched Xbox Game Showcase. Oh, anything fun coming to Xbox? Those games sound very interesting. We're at 3.5. I need just a smidgen more. Yes, I use liquid measure for dry ingredients. Spaceballs, welcome in. I hope you're doing well, friend. Yeah, that's 3 3/4. Whoop. The nice thing about bread that isn't necessarily true with other baking is you can adjust the recipe simply by adjusting flour or water, at least for a simple bread like this. Gears of War, E-Day, New Doom, New Castlevania, New Spyro, New Halo, and Fable plus a few of it. Wow, that's a pretty good list. New Call of Duty, basically another Warzone, a few games that look like a BioShock remake. Oh, I did hear that Code Veronica is getting a remake. Lurking while cleaning, but today's menu sounds like what you need right now. Get that cleaning done, Spaceballs. I think a lot of people need this menu right now because carbs. Because carbs. It is a tablespoon of salt. We all need the carb. Persona 6 as well. Oh, nice. A lot of good titles that a lot of people really enjoy in there. I almost didn't make a mess with the salt. I almost didn't make a mess with the salt. But not quite. May the Schwartz be with you, right? Persona 6 and Persona 4 remaster as well. Oh, that'll get people in there. Huge update to Sea of Thieves. Oh my gosh, now there is a game that's just like, it keeps on trucking. Keeps on trucking. It was such a weird trailer. Hey, sometimes that happens. We need to give this a mix. And I'm gonna need my dough hook. Which is a little stuck on some stuff down in here. And I'm actually just gonna use the dough hook to do the mixing. To get the salt throughout the flour. Oh yeah, that yeast is so happy. That yeast is super, super happy. Like you can really, if I bring it close, I think you can see the bubbles. Hi, Nosfarta. So the yeast has bloomed. The yeast is good to go. There were 25 game announcements. That's a lot of games. That's a lot of games. Let me have a spoonful of that Nutella. You gotta come over first. You gotta come over first, Nosfarta. Sea of Thieves lets you make your own community game levels. Okay, that'll be interesting. do a few adult things. So you'll be lurking. Absolutely. Thank you again for the raid, May. If I could get another shout out from May, I would appreciate that. I would really appreciate that. Pour approximately 3/4 cup warm water into the flour and stir it with a wooden spoon or with your hands, and then add the yeast mixture. Okay. I'm going to reread that to make sure that I don't get the measurement wrong. I think it said 3/4 cup. Add a tablespoon of salt, blend well, pour approximately 3/4 cup warm water. Yes. You got the cookies coming. You do. That's true. They should be there soon, Kayla. Monday, I think it said. And we want the water to continue to be warm so that we don't shock the yeast. You also want to mix the salt through the way you did because salt kills yeast. Monday. You get yours tomorrow, Sparkly? Let's go. Monday for the folks. In it goes. And again, this is just water, so that can flip over. I actually, if it wants me to do this with a spoon, I will honor that. Or my hand, which it will not be my hand. And the reason being is I have a thing about the texture of flour being stuck to my hand. But I happen to have a big old rubber spatula spoon. I think it's silicone. Not 100% sure. Basically making, they call it a shaggy dough because it looks kind of shaggy. It won't form a smooth ball. It'll be flaky. Again, I understand the principle of all this quite well. It's the execution that I'm not strong with. Thank you, Carrie. They'll be on time. Let's go, Kayla. Let's go. I love it when things are on time. Risk a little bit on my fingers just to get it off of the spatula spoon and into the bowl. But that is a shaggy. I will show you. Because we don't have overhead cam. It's shaggy. It's together, but it's shaggy. Now we're gonna add in the yeast. And I'll mix this for a little bit and then I'll put the dough hook in. This is a very, very simple bread. This is all you really need for bread. You need flour, water, and yeast, with a little bit of sugar for the yeast and a little bit of salt for flavor. Really doesn't take a lot. And I'm basically just bringing this together now until there's not really any loose flour in the bottom for the most part. And then it will be time to put the dough hook in. It's already getting that glutinous quality to it though. And yes, I am using all-purpose flour because this recipe, you can do that. Some recipes really require bread flour. The difference is in the protein content. And the protein is what the yeast needs to work off of. So if it says you can use all-purpose, you're good to go, but you can use bread flour in that instance if you want to. If it calls for bread flour, you have to use bread flour, unless you know that your particular all-purpose brand has the same protein quantity as otherwise. Okay. So now my dough, it's still kind of shaggy. It will smooth as it gets done the rest of the way, but it's together. Game mates are on a bathroom break, so you're popping in to say bread. Yes, bread. We're gonna put the dough hook in. And before I actually start it, I'm going to double check how long. Dough hook, the dreaded pirate bread beard's left hand. Basically, Hubs will probably be the one to get them out first, but he won't open it because it has your name on it. He'll question it though. Well, there, it's perfect, Kayla. You don't have to worry. Panther, thank you for the subscription. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well, friend. Just dropping by to say hi. Nothing wrong with that. Begin the kneading process, which evenly distributes the fermenting yeast cells through the dough. And then it's going to explain how to do it. I need to skip ahead to where it tells me how to deal with the electric mixer. Because I know it's in here. You can use the dough hook for an electric mixer. See description on page 10. KitchenAid, yup. They save muscle, efficient. You can use it, yup. After the first rising, the bread is punched down. Return to the mixer, which does additionally, yup. It's best to consult the recipe book that accompanies your mixer for suggested kneading times. Yeah. Well, we're just going to guess then. Okay. This does not need to be aggressive. It just has to go. And we're done with the flour. Probably. I can always grab it again if I need it. But if anything, this will need a little bit more water, not more flour. Salt I'll need again, so that can just sit back here. That can go over there. Just slowly clearing my space out. Slowly clearing the space out. We will not need the thermometer again, so that can go away. Not only do I do this because I don't have a lot of space, I do this because it's much easier to clean as you go versus cleaning all at the end. Bread is your favorite food, Miri? I do love a good bread. I do love a good bread. Yeah, and this is, I'm just on the basic stir setting. I know enough to know that I want it to be smooth, tacky, but not sticky to the touch. And ideally at window panes, which is where you can stretch it and let it hang and you can like see through it, but it doesn't immediately rip and break. Definitely enjoying the dough hook. So once we get it kneaded, anywhere from 4 to 10 minutes, depending on the character of the flour and the warmth and the humidity in the room, blah, blah, blah. Should spring back when it says to test whether the dough has been kneaded enough, make an indentation in it with your fingers. It should spring back. Sometimes blisters will form on the surface of the dough and break, which is another sign that the kneading is sufficient. Feel of it is ready for the first rising. Rest the dough on the board for several minutes. Meanwhile, wash out the mixing bowl, dry it, rub it with 1 to 1.5 tablespoons of softened butter, and then place the ball of dough in the bowl and roll it around so that it becomes completely coated with butter. This will keep the surface from drying out. You can use oil too. And then cover the bowl with a piece of plastic wrap or foil, or with a towel, and set it in a warm, draft-free place. The term draft-free, which you will encounter repeatedly, is used because the yeast must be pampered with constant warmth to keep it active. So basically, don't let a breeze blow across it. And you can use a cool oven. And once you allow the dough to double in bulk, which will take about 1 to 2 hours. It's super stuck on the dough hook. It's tacky, but not sticky. It kind of comes back. I know it's kind of blown out in color, so if I push down here, see, it kind of tries to come back. You can over knead it. Yeah, but when I try to pull on it to make the window pane, it just tears, so this isn't quite ready. We'll give it a little longer. But at least it's not sticking to my hands. This gives me a water break. Because we did have a breeze outside and it kind of stopped. I did lock it. I did. I'm actually going to give this a little bit more oomph. Just to try to use the centrifugal force to keep it from clinging to the dough hook and not actually doing what it's supposed to. This is helping to form the glutinous bonds that is characteristic of bread. That's why when you have a gluten-free bread, you have to substitute with other stuff to make up for the fact that you don't have the gluten in there to form the structure. Things like xanthan gum are used. Because something's got to give it the structure. Doesn't come from nowhere, unfortunately. Otherwise, you get more of like a flatbread. Sort of. Sort of. Yes, my precious. Yes. Now, we will not be using this bowl, by the way, to let the rise happen. Reason being, I need this for the meatballs. I actually prep my meatballs in the KitchenAid. So, I will need this back. I think it's springing back. And it is kind of window painting. 2 more minutes. We'll give it 2 more minutes with the mixer. And then no matter what, I will call it good. Because I don't want to overdo it. I say 2 more minutes. I'm estimating. I don't want to overdo it, but I also don't want to underdo it. I think this process is a little bit forgiving, so long as you let it rise properly. Letting it double in size is the trick of it, honestly. Because that's way more than you might think. You just saw it, Seamus? Yeah, Panther came in. Which means Panther has the sauce and meatball bowl with eyeballs available to him. I did. I made that as cheap as I possibly could for you guys. And I love seeing it in the chat. It tickles me. It tickles me. Especially because I made that. I made that. I feel proud of it. Kayla was actually there while I was making it. Oop. Part of it stayed down in the bottom of the bowl. The dough separated from itself. Yeah, this is the part where I always, when I've done this in the past, I always start second guessing myself. And I have successfully made bread before. I have. I've also unsuccessfully made bread before. I just want to push those couple of pieces back together here. Yeah, that has smoothed. It springs right back. Beautiful. Let me see if I can show you guys. Comes right back. And if I find a little part of it and I tease it, you can kind of, well, maybe you can't. I can see through it, I can pull on it, and it doesn't immediately rip. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. I'm gonna set that there for a moment. It is smooth. It has smoothed out. I need a bowl specifically for this to rise in. This is why we keep spare mixing bowls around. And I will get out some butter. I'll do it like they ask. We're gonna coat the bowl. They call for softened, we're just gonna get this on there. Love you some meatballs, Brutus, welcome in. But, oh my God. So I don't wanna seal it. And the plastic ones probably aren't big enough. It'll be okay. I'm just excited for bread. I'm just excited for bread. I love bread. I love everything about bread. This may call for French toast for dinner, Seamus. We'll see. So this is going to do two things with the butter. It's going to allow us to coat the bread itself, the dough, so that it doesn't dry out, but it's also going to make it so it's less likely to just stick to this bowl and be a problem. The bread started to melt where I was hanging onto it with my hand. Body temperature will melt butter. In case you weren't aware. I don't think anybody would have questioned that, though. French toast sounds friggin' amazing. Airflow does plastic wrap give? Depends on how tight you put it over the top. So we're gonna take our wad and we're literally just gonna generously spin it around the bowl to get it coated with the butter. You can feel and see it change. Crazy guy, hello, welcome in, how are you? So it's good and coated. I'm wiping off some of the excess butter from my hand. And it's more or less in a cohesive ball. I'm just going to quickly pull the sides in under itself so that it is relatively a cohesive ball. One last oiling. There. Or buttering, I guess. And then I have my plastic wrap right here. Got a Brazilian. Oh, yeah, I bet things are on fire. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. So we don't want to super close it off. We just want to drape. If you really need to slow this down, like if you wanted to start this the day before, you put this in the fridge to rise. The yeast will still do its thing. The yeast is active and happy, but a fridge ferment is just like a slow ferment, because that's what you're doing. The yeast is fermenting on the bread. That's it. Very delicately draped over the top. It's in the bowl. It can sit out of the way on the table to start the rise. So we are starting the rise at 310. So 10 after 4 is when we'll check on it. Usually have this reaction if you get a full-on removal versus a trim. Yeah. Yeah. All right, water break. Put this butter back in the fridge. We'll use it again for the pan when we get to that point. I am not going to super wash the bowl. You might be going, oh my gosh, but why not? You guys, like when you make bread, it pulls everything away from the edges. I really just need to give it a rinse. The meatballs aren't gonna care if there's a little bit of flour and yeast in there. They really aren't. There. Much better. I don't have butter fragments on me. I don't have flour fragments on me. So it's not annoying me from a sensory perspective. It's not annoying me from a sensory perspective. Mop up some of the extra liquid. Again, like I said, don't have to do anything special with this because the meatballs won't care. They are not going to care one stinking bit. Never have, never will. Watching those videos of people making the croissants and have like, oh, layering the butter into the dough. Yeah, it's called lamination. I someday would love to make croissants, but before I make croissants, I better master making bread. I need my ground beef. I'm gonna need eggs. Again, salt. I'm gonna need my step stool. This is my step stool. It's old AF. I'm going to need pepper, black pepper, and I'm pulling down basically all of my spices. I'll need oregano, I'll need basil. I don't need it for the meatballs, but I will need bay leaves. You're going to be very shocked when I say this next one, but I need garlic powder. Yes, I cannot have a ton of garlic, but I can have a little bit of garlic. A very, very, very little bit of garlic. So when I'm making it, I can be in control of it and know how much I've put in and if it's too much or what have you. When you go to a commercial area, it's always too much for my IBS. Always. And then I need onion flakes. Instant croissants you buy in a can. Yeah, I've made those before too. Oh, I would love to put a spoonful of Nutella in those, Opal. That sounds amazing. Onion flakes. Okay. Oh, breadcrumbs. I need breadcrumbs. That's like super important. Wait, I already pulled those down. Okay, now we're really rocking. Step 1. Meat into bowl. And I don't remember if I placed a marker that we were moving on to this, so I'll put a marker now. You've put pistachio cream in there. Oh, there you go. It is the same principle. That is also true. I love Nutella. I first was introduced to Nutella in my French class in 6th grade, so I would have been 10 or 11 years old. Amazing. Top tier. Never went back. Funk. That's one thing of meat. I perforated it somehow. Oops. Instead of slicing it, I made perforations. Ugh, that's 2 things of meat. I'm gonna rinse my hands again because, just in case. I do my best not to get them covered in meat, but that's not always possible. And then this sits over here where it won't accidentally slice somebody in the bottom of the sink because nobody wants to go to the ER. Croissant a la these nuts. Got 'em, Opal. Got 'em. Hopefully Seamus or Carrie are around to give you your these nuts. I typically do 1 egg per pound of meat plus 1. So I'll put 3 eggs in here for binding. Thank you, Seamus. I am using large eggs. So if you're using like extra large eggs, you might only need 1 per pound. If you're using, you know, medium or small eggs, you might need more. I can't tell you what you need. You gotta just, this is where you have to just feel it. You just gotta feel it. And we need some breadcrumbs. How much? Yes. You can always add more. 1 per pound, yeah, I go a little bit more. And onion flakes. How much? Yes. I will not be measuring any further. Some oregano. Some basil. Black pepper. Very carefully. Salt. Okay, that'll get us started. Paddle attachment. A little bit of a splash, but it'll get it mixed. It'll get it mixed. And I'm literally just looking to see that it seems to be holding the meat together. Hang on. I got pepper in my nose. Okay, this is still breaking up a little bit, so it needs more breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs and eggs are the main things that you need in this. The other stuff is just cursory. Thank you, Seamus. Ice cream truck. It's Snow Cone Joe. There's 2 ice cream trucks in town, so I always have to look. More breadcrumbs. Like it's sort of holding together, but just not quite enough. Oh boy, he's so cool. He had to rev his engine to let us know he's superior to the ice cream truck. I don't know if you could hear it. Some people, man, some people. That looks better. Okay. It's more or less a cohesive glob. Perfect. The eggs get put away. I have no use for them now. And I want my spices to sit over here because I will need all of them for the sauce. I won't need the breadcrumbs, but I'll deal with that in a moment. Need more water. Also true, Seamus. Also true. Those are facts. Okay, let's get this stuff out of the way. loosely tidy this up. Just stuff that flopped out of here. Okay, now I need a baking sheet. Onto which I'm going to put tin foil. The really good tin foil. That stuff is not going to easily stick to the heavy duty Reynolds. Because this will make it easier in the long run with the meatballs and the tray to not have to necessarily clean the baking sheet unless stuff drips in, which the way I do foil, it's not likely because I'm not puncturing the edges. That's why I pressed it out first. And it comes up the sides. So the meatballs get set on here and they're gonna bake in the oven at 350 for an hour. But around the 30-minute mark, you go in, you flip them. And I personally like my meatballs to be all approximately the same size. It's easier to put them in sandwiches that way, in my opinion. So I'm gonna get out some plastic wrap. And I am going to put it on my food scale. This way I don't have meat juice all over my food scale. Once again, it makes it much easier to deal with in the long run. Okay, turn it on. They are about 2 ounces each, I think. 22? 2. Once it decides that it's going to actually zero out. There we go. Maybe. I do not particularly care for the sensation of raw meat, which is why I don't mix this with my hands. I do the meatballs with my hands, but I don't mix it with my hands. I also just think it's easier to use the KitchenAid. Okay. Zero out, you piece of crap. Thank you. So I'm gonna do 2 ounce meatballs. That's exactly 2 ounces. Just slightly into a ball shape. You like it when I flip your balls? Of course, Seamus. Somebody ban Seamus. Hi, Everett. Welcome in. How are you? It's the first time you've tuned in. Will I make an entree? It's the first time I've ever made an entree. The community funded this with their channel points, so here we are. That'll do. And I get a hankering for sauce and meatballs about twice a year. too much. There we go. Flip the balls so they don't become crispy critters on the one side. Exactly, Red Wing. Hi, Rukia. Welcome in. How are you?
Coming. Hello, Rukia.
This thing really just doesn't want to stay zeroed out. I wonder if the batteries are going. Of course, this has always just been a finicky food scale. I really should get a new food scale. And Claire Saffitz recommends a specific one in her book. I just have forgotten to look into it and slap it on some sort of wish list. Or just outright buy it. That might be one of those things where it would be nice to put it on a wish list, but I kind of need it, so I might just buy it. Perfect. You're okay? I'm glad you're okay. Sometimes you like Crispies. Sometimes Crispies are good, Kayla. Sometimes they are. But only if that's what you're going for. Nice thing about meatballs is you can put them pretty close to each other while they're baking. Now, I personally like 2 pounds of meat for my meatballs because Seamus and I really like meatballs. True story, when I was growing up, I quickly realized I don't really care for the flavor of meat. I just don't. I never have, and I probably never will. There are some meats that I'm like, yeah, I can tolerate this. Very few that I'm like, this is delicious. I thought long and hard about being a vegetarian because I didn't like the flavor of meat, but I couldn't give up my grandmother's meatballs, which is what I'm making right now. I couldn't give them up. I absolutely had to have her meatballs in my damn life. And so I coined the phrase casual vegetarian because for the most part, I was a vegetarian. But every now and then there was just one particular meat dish that I absolutely had to have. So, casual vegetarian. I still feel that way to this day because I just don't super care for meat. So if you offer me a good alternative that I can have, I'll probably go for that over the meat. Or the way the meat is prepared, I'm going to be very particular about it. I've never met a steak I like. Never. Every now and then I get the hankering for cube steak because it's nostalgic, but I've never met a steak I like. Not beef. Anyways, because that's what we're typically talking about. I was doing okay with ham steak for a little bit, but I've lost my taste for that recently. It no longer is something that I can tolerate. Venison I like. I will eat venison. I grew up with venison. My mom never did like it though. She tried it. She tried it time and time again for my dad, and she never could find a like for it. So she understood when I said I don't like the flavor of meat. My dad doesn't get it because my dad is a meat and potatoes kind of guy, but yeah, like it's not my thing. I almost always go for the vegetarian option at events, but I have to clarify that the vegetarian option is not full of garlic or mushrooms because I'm allergic to mushrooms and I have an intolerance to too much garlic. Makes it a little bit tricky. You've been a vegetarian for 15 plus years now and you love it, Everett? I almost was there with you. That's amazing. That is amazing. And I feel like being a vegetarian is so much easier than vegan. It's so much easier than being vegan. Because to be vegan, you have to find all sorts of substitutes to stay healthy. And again, a lot of the flavor and protein comes from garlic, and mushrooms. So I physically couldn't be a vegan if I wanted to. But vegetarian, for the most part. I'm also a big fan of consuming in moderation because nobody needs nearly as much meat as they force on us in restaurants in one sitting. You just don't. The amount of meat you need in a serving is the size of your fist. You don't need a lot of meat. You need far more vegetables and fruits because while you need some protein, just like carbs, you don't need a ton of protein unless you're doing something that requires it. Like, obviously, there's exceptions to everything. Most people, the general population, need a little protein and a lot of fruits and vegetables because you need to get your fiber, you need to get your macros, you need to get your micros. Like, that's why a variety is important. You just gotta pay attention to those things. Of course, if you need specifics about your own situation, you gotta speak to like a dietitian or a nutritionist. I can just give you generalizations. Venison properly cooked is so good. Red Wing, right? I love venison. I love venison. Don't be a white vegan trademark. Yeah, for their traditional diets. Yeah. You shouldn't harass anybody for their diets, honestly. Because here's the thing. Everybody picks their diet for their own needs. You can be concerned. You can politely raise those concerns, but you should never harass somebody for their diets. I consider that to be food shaming, and I consider that to be a terrible thing as somebody who's been food shamed a lot, where people try to sneak in the things that I specifically tell them I have an intolerance for to see if I'm quote unquote telling the truth. Like, don't be that person. If somebody tells you that they don't seem to digest red meat well, you don't argue with them about it. You just say, okay, and let them live their life because it's literally not hurting you. It affects you zero. But if somebody were to come in here right now, for example, and they were like, I don't care, people lurk and don't say anything. That's called being polite and respectful. But if somebody were to come in here and just start ragging on me for using actual meat in my meatballs because of their own personal views on it, I would ask them to either not comment in chat or to speak to my mods, right? Because what purpose does it serve? It's not going to change anything. I'm still making the meatballs. And your food without telling you and knowing it will harm you, that's literally basically Opal. Yours needs more complex carbs and it sucks. Oh, that does suck, Kayla, knowing what I know about your situation. Because that is, oh my God, that's counterproductive to your goals. That's counterproductive to your goals. I literally hate that carbs make us gain weight the way that they do because they are delicious. Carbs are like the most delicious food group out there. But in reality, it's just that our brains easily get addicted to carbs. Or at least our neurodivergent brains do. I don't know if... Do non-neurodivergent brains get as addicted to foods as neurodivergent ones? Like, is that not a thing? That's 1.85. How much is this one? 2. Close enough. All right, so we're gonna get 23 meatballs, I think. 3 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is 18, 19, 20. We're gonna get 21 meatballs. I always get between 21 and 24 doing 2 pounds. That'll do. All right, let me wash my hands because now they're full of grime. Now they're full of grime. A little less heat. Making it too warm to keep my hands under the flow. Did I get it all? I think so. Excellent. All right, I gotta preheat the oven to a 350. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Excellent. Oh, the dough is a-rising. It's also why you eat a little bit more protein. It helps, but yeah, I believe it. Type 2, I'm tired of going, oh no, you're eating a carb. You're going to pass out. It doesn't work that. Oh, yeah. I just keep my total carb count. Take my long-term med I've been. Yeah. Yep. That's exactly it, Red Wing. And that's why it got to the point, rather than trying to explain to my family how much garlic I could have versus where it crossed the line, I went from, I can tolerate this much to just don't use it. Just don't use it. And I do that with friends too, because it's very hard to describe where that line is. And I don't want to put anybody in a precarious position. But this is another true story. When I was in school for massage, everybody knew I had irritable bowel. Like it was very obvious. I had had attacks in school because that's just what IBS does. And one of my classmates brought in this like veggie dip type thing, kind of like a garden salsa, but not tomato based, and some like pita cracker chips. And they offered me a bite, and I was like, sure. Is there garlic in this? And they told me no. And I tried it, and I could immediately taste the garlic. And I was like, what do you mean there's no garlic in this? And they were like, it's not enough to matter. You're fine. I was so sick that night. I was so sick because they thought that it was fine, and it wasn't. I'm not allowed to eat at your household. Well, that's fair. A lot of people love garlic. A lot of people love garlic, and that's a-okay. Seamus loves garlic. Good thing he loves me more. I am the epitome of a vampire. I can't have garlic. The sun is not my friend. I tend to be a night owl. I have a fascination with blood. Like, all I need now is to become the undead, and I fit the profile perfectly. Red hair, yep. So I know sometimes you can associate gingerism with vampiric nature, but I don't necessarily. Hello, little bug. I don't know where you came from, but I was enjoying the bug-free season. Yeah, it's been about 30 minutes for the bread to rise so far. If I am going with tropes, you're not wrong, Opal. You're not wrong. Thankfully, they took the silver out of mirrors so I can see my reflection now. I love that theory, by the way. I love that theory. Just waiting for that oven to preheat. Suppose while I do, I can put this back in the sink with water so that the meat juices don't get stuck to it. Those go in. That's down there. Excellent. Clean as you go, clean as you go. I will do the second knead for the dough with my hands. That will be okay. I just can't do the first one. Come on, oven. I know you can do it. And I will have to, for this part, I'll set a timer on my phone. Because that's gonna be important. I can remember that 410 is when we need to check the bread rise. I can't remember that 410 is when we need to check the bread rise, and then it's gonna be like 450 or whatever when the meatballs are done, like 1. I can remember 1. So I'll need 1 hour, but I actually want it in 30 minutes because we will have to flip them. To teach my spouse to clean as he goes because he did not learn it growing up. Yeah. It's really interesting. We have a set of friends who, God, this would have been like 8 years ago. The main pair is Seamus and Bjorn. And Bjorn had come over, they were doing blacksmith stuff out in the garage, and I was like, awesome, I'm gonna make some dessert, I'm gonna make some lemonade. Like, I put a whole smorgasbord on. It was much earlier in our relationship. And Bjorn came in and was flabbergasted at all of the things I had made that day, because he's like, your kitchen isn't a mess. And I was like, well, of course not. You clean as you go, and then you clean up at the end. And he was like, that is not how it goes in our household. And I was like, oh, oops. My mother-in-law will leave everything out until dinner is over, even ingredients. Oh, that would drive me insane, Opal. That would drive me insane. I didn't either. I've been trying so hard to get good at it. It is definitely one of those things that you have to get into the method of it. All right, meatballs going into the oven. All right, start that timer now. Crock pot. Ugh. Get those out of the way so that I don't accidentally knock them. Oof. What in the heck? Must have fallen out of the drawer. That happens sometimes. It goes over the edge and down into the cabinet. Ugh, Jesus. Did I mention we're making a lot of sauce? Because we're making a lot of sauce. Let's go there. Pull the spoon rest out. Right, at the very least, you have to put the ingredients away. Especially if they're perishable, like, please. Please. Plug in the crock pot. Okay, it's just a scuff. Turn it on low. So we are out of freezer space, Opal. Normally I do freeze it. We have a pressure canner because the acidity level of tomatoes is too low to water bath can. We have a pressure canner. I have canned my sauce before, and that's probably what I'll have to do again this time. When we're done with it, of course, after the meatballs are out. So the base of my sauce, 3 little cans of tomato paste. These are each 6 ounces, so 18 ounces of tomato paste, and then 2 giant cans of tomato puree with nothing added. These are each 29 ounces, so that's 58 ounces of tomato puree. And then each of these cans gets filled with water and put in, which gets the rest of the words I have them, gets the rest of the tomato goodness out of there. I always dust the tops before I open them. She leaves out butter, milk, and eggs. Oh. Oh, God. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope. Absolutely not. Some of you are getting close to your watch time for the second emote or badge there. Cats are gonna come running. So I start the crock pot warming, by the way. That way when I put the tomato paste in the bottom, it's easier to spread out. There it goes. There it goes. It's also so incredible how much letting it simmer for that 24 hours really thickens the sauce up. Oop, okay, that one's fully off. Cool. Little tiny guy. In it goes. Yeah, for hours. That's not good. That's not good, Opal. I would not trust that milk anymore. I would have a hard time trusting the eggs. The butter would be fine. Butter is pretty shelf stable. But the rest of it? No, ma'am. Absolutely not. That'd be a quick ticket for me not trusting any of the food that comes out of your house. You can fudge a few things, but that ain't one of them. That one popped off. Out you come. Yeah, so paste goes in first, and you're gonna smush it all over the bottom. Don't ask me what size crock pot this is. It's large. It's like extra large. I don't know. The big one. The big one. Let's just pop this one off too then. This will be the one that wasn't going to. Yep. But now I don't trust it. Oh, I didn't. The other thing she does is on the weekend, she'll pull all the leftovers out of the fridge, put them on the counter, take the lids off it. Gross. Gross. Nope. No, thank you. No, thank you. I am a big fan of leftovers for meals, but like I'll take it out when I'm ready for it. Reheat it as I please. Your mother-in-law sounds like my kitchen nightmare, Opal. Sounds like my kitchen nightmare. I would lose my mind. Okay. I love this one for getting stuff out of the little cans because it's the smallest spatula I have, but it's kind of flimsy because it's so small, so it does make it a little hard to push stuff around to the edges. Oh yeah, you're so cool. Everybody's out telling me how small their manhood is. Okay, that's a nice layer. On the bottom of my crock pot. Oop. If I need that again, I still have access to it. Next step is all of the good stuff. To a food safety class, right? Computer is doing updating things, so phone watching while doing some chores. Laundry needs to be put away. Ew, laundry. All right, here we go. I like to personally cover the entire bottom of this with onion flakes, which is why my dad can never, ever, 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 ever have my sauce. My dad is allergic to onions. Exactly 3 bay leaves. I don't know why 3, it's just always been 3, so I continue to make it 3. It's the one thing I count in my sauce, aside from how much of everything else. And we're gonna need to set those further back as I go. Some salt. Don't need a ton. Pepper. Here's another true story for you guys. My bestie, Gwen, wanted me to come over and make sauce at her place once. Just spruce up basically a basic store-bought sauce. And I was like, okay, sure, I can do that. I walked in, I opened her spice drawer. She had Italian all-seasoning. I was like, girl, what do you need me for if this is all of your spices? And she was like, what? And I was like, girl. We had to go out and buy her. Later on, because it was too late to go to the shops then, we had to go out and buy her some actual spices. I was like, good lord. Good lord. Anyways, that's oregano. Basil. I do it by smell. I do it by smell. And the barest hint of garlic powder. A little bit goes a long way for me. It alters the flavor ever so slightly. But I can't smell it. So it's in there, it will affect it. It will not affect me. The important part. Okay. My mother-in-law likes to keep things so they're like 2 years past the use-by date. No. Like, are there things in here that are way past the use-by date? Probably. Will we use them if we notice that on the can? No. It's just that, like, sometimes you buy stuff, right? And you're like, I'm absolutely gonna use this. And then life happens. And you don't use it, and you forget. Or you're like, I'll use it another time instead. And then suddenly 4 years have gone by and you're like, oh my God, I need to clean off the shelf because I'm out of space. And you're going through it and you're like, oh, I forgot I had this. Oops. Yeah, I do that a lot. It also might be the object permanence side of ADHD, you know, that fun stuff. Yeah, for this part, we'll use this one. I should have just used this one to start with, but this one doesn't fit in the little guys as well. It'll just be a little stale. I don't trust it. Oh my God, every time I use the pepper. My apologies. Okay, there's one of this. And I'm gonna put the water in it immediately so I cannot forget. 1 whole can, at least up to the top of the ribs, of water. Per can that you use. This also now provides me a space on which to set that. I have to rinse that off, so I'm not going to stick it in there. And the other one. Yeah, it depends on what it is. Yeah. And I see years out of expiry and I'm like, nope. But I also have a sensitive system, so for me, it's a lot riskier to work with out-of-date stuff than it is for somebody with an iron stomach. Like Seamus. I don't think that man could get food poisoning if he tried. I'm very jealous. Yes, Smeagol, I'm sorry, but this is not canned chicken or canned tuna. He's waiting so patiently by his mat because that's where we bring all of the things for him. And it's not even close to time for his dinner, and he definitely had his lunch. So he's just hopeful. He hears the water run, he hears the can opener get used, he gets hopeful. Can't blame him for being hopeful. Yeah, all right. Once more. Beautiful. Now you need the wooden spoon. First, that can sit there. This gets put away. I will clean up the cans in a moment. I used to, before we had a spoon rest, and I'm gonna tell you this because it's an ingenious thing, I used to just leave one of the big cans next to the crock pot to put the wooden spoon in because I was gonna be using it frequently. But then, one beautiful Christmas, we got a spoon rest. So now I have a spoon rest. Yeah, the sweet kitty Red Wing. Push this a little closer to myself. So stirring wise, I wait until I can't feel the tomato paste on the bottom anymore. Get it really mixed in. Used to have an iron stomach, but then Gluten Kingdom attacked. No, Opal, that sucks. Unopened canned goods on the shelf in the pantry will be fine, but we were talking like ranch dressing. No, thank you. Oh, there's the kitty. There's the kitty. Did you get picky uppies, Smeagol? Did your daddy give you picky uppies? Yeah, are you curious, boy? He's like, none of this is on my mat, Mom. Yeah, he's a sweetie. He's a sweetie pie. Now, depending on what you put in your sauce, meat and veggie wise will change the flavor of it. This is the extent of it. Until the meatballs are done, this is what my sauce consists of, and cooking for 24 hours minimum. You can, if you would like it sweeter, you can put pureed carrots in there. Carrots contain a lot of sugar. They can actually give your rabbits diabetes. Fun fact. If you really like a bit of zip, the right sausage in there can do the job. Now that is the only difference between my recipe and my grandmother's. And my grandmother was full Italian. I think it was her parents that immigrated. If not her parents, then her grandparents. But I'm pretty sure it was her parents. She would put a sausage in there. I don't particularly care for sausage, so I don't want it in my sauce. Yeah, it had to be her parents, because my grandmother was born in 41. She has since passed away, but when she was still alive, she was born September 1941. So, immigration-wise, her parents would have come over right around then. Straight from Italy. Yes, Italian is in the bulk of my heritage, despite me having extremely fair skin. If you talked to my dad or my great uncle who has since passed away, they would tell you we have mafia connections. I don't think we do. If you have acid reflux, a small amount of brown sugar, that's true too. That's true too. Okay, that should be pretty good. I don't have any more on the spoon. Tomato paste wise, I don't have the feeling like I'm pushing it around on the bottom. So at this point, we're gonna crank this baby up to high. Leave it in the corner there. Tuck the cord down so that it doesn't get hit with the spoon, and the lid goes on. And now I get to rinse these out carefully. Because the last thing I want to do is end stream due to slicing my fingers open on cans. Sharp can lids, you know? That sounds like a terrible idea. Sounds like a terrible idea. Okay. Both of those can go in this can. And then we lean on it against the counter to dent it, so that they cannot come out in the bin. So that nobody else cuts themselves either. Northern Italians, it's true, Northern Italians are. My mother's family is from just east of Naples. They have olive skin, yeah. I got my thumb pad once with a can lid. Not fun, worth passing on, yeah. Yep, it's not fun. Don't do it. Don't heckin' do it. And when I say they go in the bin, I mean the recycling bin, not the garbage. Tomato paste is always a beast to get out of here. That's what the sprayer is for. That's what the sprayer is for. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I try to get the bulk of the materials out of the inside. Because at the end of the day, I want these things to actually be recycled, not just sent to a landfill because I didn't do what I needed to do. Like, they don't care about the labels or anything. They do care about the insides. And this is all part of cleaning as you go. I try not to leave these just sitting here if I can help it. Sometimes, though, I will say I just don't have the spoons to deal with this. I've barely got the executive function to take care of making what I want to make. And I will leave it for a little bit, and Seamus often takes care of it for me then. But that's not common. Because it is really just, once you get in the habit of it, and that's the key, right? With executive function, it's the habit. It's just so much easier to take care of it immediately than it is to let it sit. It's like, I'm right here. I'm right here. Okay. All set for recycling. Beautiful. The other bin. You got your 2-hour pasta badge. Let's go, Seamus. You got 4 minutes on yours, Kayla. You're getting close. You're getting close. We got 5 minutes on the meatballs before flipping. And the bread we could check on. I don't think it's quite doubled in size, but I want to check and see after it has doubled. When it looks ready, simply make an indentation in it with 2 fingers. If the dough does not spring back, then it is ready. It will not hurt should it rise a little too much, but excessive rising will affect the flavor and texture of the finished bread. If for some reason you must... Okay, that's for the long one. Dough must now undergo a second rising, which will take place in the baking pan. Thoroughly butter 1 or 2 heavily tinned loaf pans, then remove the cover from the bowl and deflate the dough by pushing down into it with your fist. Transfer it to a floured board. Knead it rather well for about 3 minutes, then pat it into a smooth, round or oval shape. Let rest for 4 to 5 minutes, then form it into a loaf about 8 inches long and 3 inches wide. Lift carefully, drop into the loaf pan, and smooth it out. That is a mouthful. Pasta badge, yes. So I'm running 2 special creator badges today, May. You have to, in order to run them on Twitch, you have to have one that requires payment. You cannot have the watch time one without the paid subscription badge. So for 1 sub in this channel today, and today only, you can get a bowl of pasta with meatballs and eyeballs on it for a badge to use in this channel. Or alternatively, you can get one for watch time, where if you've watched for 2 hours, you get the same bowl, just no eyeballs. You can earn both, but at minimum, just hanging out here for 2 hours will get you the one without the eyeballs. You got it, Kayla. You got it. There's the pasta badge. Kayla's repping it for the watch time. You just claimed the time one. Heck yes, Red Wing. I really love that Twitch did the creator badge drops. I think it's super fun. Again, you can only use creator badge drops in the channel that they were done for. So like if you earn cool shit in Flash Force's channel, you can't use those badges in my channel. Likewise, the badges you're earning today, you can't take over to like Kitties' channel and use them there. They will only work in this channel, but it's kind of like that badge of honor, right? Of saying, I was here for this event. I was here for it, you guys. Look at this cool badge I have. There's the sub one. Yeah, for me, it's showing you with the conductor emote, Seamus, but I believe it. Where is that button? So I think now if you check on, because they put it in the bottom, if you click where you would go to redeem channel point rewards and stuff, I think it's in there for the timing. I think they put that all in one spot to make it easier to look at. We got 2 minutes for flipping the meatballs. 2 minutes. And I have a spot of stuff here. And I've got over here. Yeah, so this is like perfect timing because it's about 4:15, which means around 4:15 tomorrow, Seamus and I will be ready for dinner. You can see like there's heat and CO2 escaping in here because it's all on the stuff on the saran wrap. I just want to see, because I don't think this is doubled, but it may have doubled. It's definitely risen. It's not coming back. All right, we'll deal with this. Like that indentation is staying there. It smells so good, you guys. The smell of bread fermenting is strong with this. I'm gonna just leave it over here because I want to deal with the meatballs before I deal with that. How to apply the badge, you'll figure it. So if you click on in the spot where you chat, you have a little icon. If you click on that icon called your chat identity, you can then select, you have a global badge available, and then there's specific channel badges that you can use under customizable down at the bottom. All right, we're going to stop that. I will spin it so you guys can see yield oven, and I'll even tilt you the right way this time. I need my pickers. I need an oven mitt. Ugh. By the way, the step stool is the right height for me to sit. Come on, meatball. There we go. Gonna flip them over. Whew. This is hot. Let me do the ones further from me first. That's actually kind of intelligent. Ugh. I have longer pickers, but I am not too coordinated with them. so I prefer the slightly shorter length. And you don't have to like perfectly flip them. I just don't want them to bake too strongly onto the bottom. So we talked about crispy bits earlier. There is a little bit of crispy bit, but here's the thing. These are gonna go in the sauce when they're done in here. And that means when they're done in here, they're going to get all of that saucy goodness and thus no longer have crispy bits. Okay. Swing. Adjust the tilt. There we go. Look at me go. Look at Redwin go. Yes. There are a lot of choices. You did it. You got your watch time badge. So exciting. It's going to be fun seeing a whole bunch of those in chat. And here's the other cool thing, right? I'm planning on streaming for a long, long time. Like, you guys are going to be hard pressed to get rid of me. 3, 4, 5 years from now, when the channel has grown, maybe in that time I will have hit my goal of making partner. Like, I've crossed that milestone and we're regularly bringing in 50, 60 people. It's gonna be a limited handful of you guys, a limited handful of the OGs who have this very first badge. And that's gonna be cool as shit. Bragging rights. It's bragging rights. Okay, we need a loaf pan. Everything lives down here. Everything. So, loaf pan. You can just freeform this loaf. I'm not going to. I'm going to do this and this. We have limited working space. I need the butter again. I am not surprised, by the way, that the bread really only took the hour to rise. It is almost 80 degrees outside, and it is almost 80 degrees inside. So it's warm. It's warm enough to really facilitate good proofing and efficient proofing. Time to butter. Again, our goal here is to just make sure that our loaf isn't going to stick. My plan, for the record, so that you guys have a little bit more time to get the watch time and stuff, is we're gonna play a little bit of plate up if we don't have things to chat about, like enough things, while we wait for the second proof on the bread. I would like to at least get the bread out of the oven. We're not gonna be able to slice it. You have to let it cool before you take a slice. But I would like to at least get the bread through the oven process, ideally. May or may not happen, but ideally. So I was thinking a little bit of plate up might be in order. This butter stick is coming right out of the packaging, like really badly, which is making it hard to hold on to. And to do what I need to do, like, excuse me, butter, I need the packaging back here. This is ridiculous. This butter will not be used for anything beyond the greasing things at this point because it's mangled. It is mangled. So this will be the I need to lop off a chunk of butter to make my eggs with butter stick. There we go. just want to at least get the wrap back on it. Get the butter off of my hands. You're coming over tomorrow for dinner? All right. Get over here, Kayla. Put my laundry away. Now to find a home in the craft room for the books you got yesterday. Good luck, Carrie. Good luck. I will also give this at least a little bit of a rub down so that hopefully it doesn't completely get the inside of the butter tray in the fridge greasy. Oop. There we go. Lovely. Have a little wooden board. I got this at a craft fair to do the kneading on. Did I start the timer again? I did not for the meatballs. Oops. It's probably been at least 10 minutes, so we'll just set this for 20. The nice thing is it's meatballs. It's not like it's a super thick chunk of meat. It's not a turkey. I don't have to worry about, this isn't the only time it's gonna cook. Like they're gonna cook some more in the sauce. It's not, I don't have to stress it, right? Both bookcases are just rather full. I believe it, Carrie. We're deflating it. Oh my God, it smells so good. Only got 7, 2 origami, 1 on fly tying, cross stitch, and 3 on animal art, animal photography, both. Oh wow, Carrie, that's cool though. And you keep shuffling yarn and tatting thread piles around. I believe it. Because I've been there with the crafting stuff where it just gets shuffled. Oddly enough, I think I'm better at kneading with my left hand than I am with my right. Despite technically being right hand dominant, I wanted to be a lefty when I was a kid. I think I have all the capabilities in the world to be ambidextrous. Gonna let it sit. Gonna let it sit. This can come over here. There is not enough room in the sink for both that bowl and the mixing bowl, so it can just sit. It smells like fresh bread, pretty much. It almost smells like a sourdough, Kayla, because of the fermenting, I bet. Because of the fermenting. So when that hits around 12 minutes, we'll be able to, because we're letting the gluten rest and then we'll shape it. It'll go in here and then it has to rise for another, what did it say, hour? Mm-hmm. 40 minutes to a little over an hour. Cool. That's not too bad. It's so smooth. It's so cool. I do love the process of bread making. I just don't practice it very much. I might get the stuff to make sourdough starter on payday. Hey, there you go, Kayla. That would be fun. I'm the same way, right hand dominant apparently, but can use my left hand almost as well. I was born in 1980, so that was the last generation. It was not the last generation to be forced to be right-handed. To this day, that persists. I think it is less common today. The origin of forcing people to be right-handed, oddly enough, because genetically, up until, evolution took over from what we were doing, genetically, being left-handed was the dominant trait. The church, in its infinite wisdom, declared that it was the right hand of God and the left hand of the devil. So you couldn't be right-handed, or you couldn't be left-handed and be pious, basically. Like, it was seen as a sign of witchcraft. If she floats, she's a witch. Yeah, so it actually was a church thing. These days, a lot of parents force their kids to be right-handed because, and this is why my mom did, okay? Because it's a right-handed world, and she is not incorrect. To date, even though we don't force kids as much, you pay, just like you paid the female tax for having, at least up until places started getting rid of it, in order to have things suited to you, you have to buy special scissors, which are usually an upcharge. You have to buy, special other things. Scissors are the first one that come to mind. And they all have an upcharge. Back in the day when it was only manual cars, like, you better learn to shift that shifter with your right hand, because that's where it was. And I mean, in England, it was on the other side. So you can learn it, but it's just easier to do with your dominant hand, right? So things just aren't made for left-handed people, even to this day, which makes it easier to exist in this world if you are right-handed. The great right-handed conspiracy. Yep. I was left-handed till I started school, then I started copying everyone else, but for some things I'm still left-handed. That's fascinating, Gags. Yeah, my mom, she just didn't allow it out of, toddlerism. When we started trying to pick up our spoons and stuff with our left hand, she would just put it in our right. She just kept correcting us because she didn't want us to have that struggle of nothing was built for people with left hands. It was just a thing. To this day, though, there are things that I'm just like, I'm not comfortable doing this right-handed. In fact, it really was expressive when I was doing my hunter safety course, because at one point, I grew up in a family of hunters. I wanted to try hunting, but before I could go out in the woods, I needed to take the safety course. And part of the safety course is you actually get to fire a gun. Now, I had held a gun as a kid. I had fired a gun as a kid under my father's supervision into basically a giant sand backdrop. So you didn't have to be too good on aim, and I don't think he was expecting much for aim outside of make sure you're aiming at this giant sand backdrop, right? From a 5-year-old. Just not expected. But when I took the safety class, you had to actually use a rifle and a shotgun, but the rifle came first, and they had these like little metal animal style targets. So you had like a rooster and a turkey and I don't know, some other shapes. Doesn't matter. You just had to knock them over. They handed me the firearm. They asked like, what hand are you dominant? I said right. So they handed it to me for right-handedness. And I could not hit a single one of these targets at all. And the instructor was like, what eye dominant are you? And I was like, I don't know. So we did the triangle test where you do this. And I came back like directly in the bridge of my nose. And he was like, okay, you don't really seem to have a dominant eye. Let's just switch hands. They put the rifle in my left hand and I hit every single target. And they were like, well, how fascinating. But if I go to shoot for archery, I draw the bow back with my right hand. I don't make the rules. I just follow them. I write left-handed in some finer motor things, but you're generally ambidextrous. Yep. The house smells so good right now. It does, Seamus, it does. Grandpa had me do things with both. Grandma Barb would try to smack my left hand when I used it. It wasn't until Grandpa told her not to slap me for being able to have the bonus of using both. Yeah, and that was a very common thing, Redwing. It was a very common thing. My sister's right-handed and left-eye dominant. That's got to be an interesting experience, Carrie. Bows and rifles, I have to shoot right-handed, which is weird. I bet, Seamus, I bet. My left hand is better with number and my right is better with letter. That's kind of cool though, Cags. That's kind of cool if you can use both. All right. We're gonna shape this kind of into a log. It's been enough time. I'm just basically making it a roll and pinching the bottom. And I'm doing this having seen people do this on like the internet. It had its rest period. That's roughly a loaf shape, yeah? Into my pan, we're going to put a little bit more of saran wrap over the top of it, and then it gets to sit for about 40 minutes. We got 10 minutes before the meatballs come out of the oven and into the sauce. Okay, we're ready for the second rise. I'm gonna set it on the table. Oh. Just gonna set this over here. That'll just get a light wipe and it'll be fine. Doesn't need more than that. Does not need more than that. So it is presently 4:35. So in 40 minutes, it'll be about 5:15. So 5:15, we should be able to pop the bread into the oven. Right? It's a super pretty board. I got this one from a craft fair and I love it. I love it a lot. It's so nice. And then I need my step stool for this. I'm not going to knock everything over to get at this. Ugh. For Yule/Christmas, I designed these ones with Seamus, and Seamus made this one. And that lives up here because we kind of ran out of space elsewhere. In my book holder, ironically enough. Tennis and badminton right-handed, hockey and guitar left-handed, chopsticks both. I cannot imagine being able to use chopsticks in both hands, Cags. Love both of them, right? They're so pretty. They're so pretty. I would love Seamus to do more of the wood crafting. He should. He should. 7.5 minutes on those meatballs. I should probably give this a stir too. Yeah, you don't let this just completely sit. You do want to stir it occasionally. And if you don't have a crock pot, then you simply put it on a stove in a very heavy bottomed pan, like a Dutch oven, on low heat. Like bring it up to a simmer and then drop the heat to lower and just let it ride. And that's why, again, when you leave the house, because most people will have to in this 24 hours, or you go to bed, which everybody will have to within the 24 hours, turn it off. The flavor actually develops in that rest period, letting it cool down and then bringing it back up to temperature again. It's just one of those like weird things. I don't understand it, but that's how it works. Whew. Hot. It's like really warm in this kitchen. Can't imagine why the oven's only been running and the crock pot is running and it's warm outside. Can't imagine why it might be warm in here. Not at all. Oh, the cool thing is I could actually set an alarm for 5:15 for the bread, because I won't be using my phone for that purpose anymore. Leftover sauce is always better. Absolutely, Kags. It is definitely one of those things that the third, fourth, fifth day, phenomenal. And this is going to be one of those things where like the meatballs will go in and we'll eat them over a couple of days, but because it's constantly being brought up to temperature and this stays on when it's not heated, I'm okay with them just sitting there. They'll be all right. They're going to have been thoroughly cooked. They're going to be staying in an environment that's not being blasted with everything. And it gets back up to like steaming hot temperature on the regular. I need to get more water. I am out. So you'll hear me. You'll sort of see me, maybe here and there. I just have to put this together because water is important. And if you are running low on water or haven't had enough yet today, or you have afternoon meds to take, let this be your reminder. Let this be your reminder. Exactly 4 ice cubes. And water. Which I need to refill my water container too. Because we used to buy like jugs of lemonade, cranberry juice, so on and so forth. And I saved one. And now I keep water in it in the fridge so that it's always, fridge temp cold. I prefer it that way. So I just refill it over and over and over again. And I have been for years because this has an expiration date on the top of January 29, 2019, to give you an idea about its age. The age of the container, not the age of the water. God, that'd be weird. That'd be so weird. Okay. Put that back in the fridge. And actually, you know what I can be doing in this last little brief intermittent of time? I can be putting the spices away. There's canned water? Ugh. No, thank you. I'll pass on canned water. That's like, no, that's just weird. That's really weird. I can get behind the bagged milk, but canned water? That's weird. Does that even fit on there, or is it too tall? That might be too tall. That's too tall. Ugh, so I don't know where that goes just yet. I'm gonna actually need my steppy stool back over here so that I can find the homes for everything. Because I am short. Come hither, steppy stool. Never underestimate the power of a lady and her step stool. Just saying. There's that. This. These. Spare. With the not spare. Beautiful. Okay. Whew. It's one thing to scale the countertops like a primate. It's another thing to scale the stove. Don't scale the stove. There actually is canned water. They used to sell it for disaster prep supplies. I don't know if they still can it. I'd imagine it's in plastic now. It's probably in plastic now. Brand of canned sparkling water called Liquid Death. It tastes better than most sparkling. Weird. Navy lifeboat survival supplies too. I mean, I guess I can see it as a survival supply, but like, so weird. It's so weird. I'm gonna set that up there. That back here. Meatballs are ready to come out of the oven. Woo! They smell so good. Lid's gonna come off. I'm gonna actually set it all the way back here for the moment. And the meatballs go in. Meatballs go in. Kitties get treats, Sparkly? You got it. Let me put the meatballs in, and then I can actually spin the camera so you can see it. So you can see it. They'll be very happy that Sparkly has given them treats. They will come running. Okay. Don't set it on the grease. There. Bring this back over here. Just gonna smush the meatballs down into the sauce. They are going to be beautifully red inside from the tomato sauce just absorbing in there. It's so wonderful. Top tier way of making your sauce and meatballs, I'm just saying. Hi, Corn One. Yep, meatballs. Welcome in. How are you? Okay. Lid goes back on. That can sit over here. These get put away. Plus, I like their limited time flavors. They had one that tasted like Fruity Pebbles. Breakfast memories in a can. Oh my. Do this. Do that. I can even zoom in a little bit. Come on. Yeah. There you guys go. There you guys go. How about that? These are from Sparkly. Sparkly said, give the kitties treats. Give them the nom-noms. Yeah, so this one is Smeagol. And this one is Hera. Enjoy, you two. Smeagol was laying in the sunny spot and he saw me shake the bag and he was like, oh. It is treat time. They are very adorable. Smeagol, don't you turn around and eat hers. You are such a little porker. You still have some of your own, goofball. Hey. Hey. Come here, Hera. Come on. You can eat yours. I won't let him kick you out. You don't have to be bullied by him over your treats. He's just being a little bit of a turd nugget, huh? Huh. It's very not nice of him. Because, yeah, he can be a little bit of a shitter about that. He was like that with Mr. too. But to be fair, Mr. would do it back to him. So there was a little bit of competition there. Hera just like walks away. You're all done, little girl? Okay. You can have the last of them then, Smeagol. If she's all done, you can finish them. You need to send me a message? You got it. Boots tries to eat Mitten's treats, so I have to make sure he eats his before she finishes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's all there is, Smeagol. You ate them all. You ate them all. Bless you. Bless you. Ugh. Spin that back. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you for giving the cats treats, Sparkly. They will love you long time. They will love you long time. I think I tilted that up a hair too far. Whew. Sent for when I get a moment. Now I'm curious. We've got about 13 minutes. 13 minutes until we check on the bread. It looks like it's rising nicely. That was a very simple yes/no answer. I like yes/no questions. This already cooled off. I really do appreciate the fact that aluminum just lets go of heat. It's just poof, gone. All the nasty stuff is on the tin foil, so this is still clean and it can go right back where it belongs. No fuss, no muss. Just keep it all tidy. The bread does look like it's rising nicely. I may give it closer to the hour though. We'll see what it does in the next 12 minutes. They could be 2 rooms away, they hear that bag shake and they come running into the room within 30 seconds. Exactly. So, fun fact, and I'm sure a lot of people do this, but when we can't locate one of the cats because we don't know what little hidey hole they've stuffed themselves in, we just shake the treat bag and give them some treats because they'll both come out of wherever they are. It's a great method too, if you need to get them into like one room prior to stuffing them in a crate for the vet. I will say, I don't want them to associate treats with something bad, right? Because then this trick it won't work anymore. So typically what I'll do is I'll shake the bag, I'll get them into this kitchen area, and then I will close doors, or I'll get them into the bedroom and close doors so that they can eat their treats. We can have a little bit of a cuddle time, give them like 15 minutes, right? So they don't associate the treats with the carrier, and then stuff their ass into the carrier. And that is, of course, only if they're not just lounging on the bed where we can find them for, going to get a regular checkup to make sure that their health is still good. They are indoor only cats, so this isn't something that has to be carried out quite as frequently as when you have outdoor cats or indoor outdoor cats. But, every year or two, it's a good idea just to follow up. Smeagol went recently because he's now an adult. Like, he's not just an adult kitty, but he's entering into the older adult kitty age. He is 10. So, just continuing to keep up to date, make sure that we get the new baseline, make sure nothing has drastically changed. That way, if we start to notice he's not feeling so good or what have you, we can bring him back in. And if there's anything significant, it's very obvious because he was there recently. It's the same thing with a human physical. Like, you're not necessarily going because you don't feel good. You're going to establish what your baseline is, what your normal is, so that it's so much easier to say, oh, whoa, wait. This is not normal for this person. The vet is always an adventure, and they cry. Well, Smeagol cries the whole time. Most of my cats have always cried the whole time. Hera, for the first time in my life, she's like silent. She's just chill. She doesn't give a shit about the car. Arya gets gravity fed into her carrier while being told to let go of mom's face and shirt. Oh, geez. Yeah. We also have the top loading carriers. They're so nice. The only place outside the cats go is on the deck, or if Grandma Julie is gardening in the front, they'll sunbathe on the driveway next to her. Yeah, we don't live in an area that is conducive to letting cats outside, and quite frankly, at this point in time in my life, I don't want to. They're not such large creatures that I feel like they don't have enough space to run and play in this apartment, and when we finally acquire my dad's property inside that house. Like, they're gonna have plenty of room. They already do. They each have their own spaces. They coexist just fine. They don't need the outside, and it's much less nerve-wracking on my part that they don't go outside. Especially here. Speaking of the devil, hi, Hera. Hi, baby. Yeah. You can have uppies now. Would you like uppies? Yeah? Does Hera want uppies? No. What? 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 Yes, she does. Hi. Hi, sweet girl. Hera loves to get uppies in the kitchen. Yes. The kitty! It is the kitty, not Sparta. Usually just holding and giving very sad meows. Yeah. Yeah. Smeagol like full on yowls. Hera just doesn't care. I'm not a perching post little girl. I'm really not. I'm really not, Hera. You think I am. Hi. But I'm really not. She gets to see what's on the counter without getting in trouble. Yeah, basically. Basically. Not that she won't get up there anyways. Yes, hi. Oh, yes. Yes, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. I feel like I'm going to end up with giant claw marks down my back at the rate you're going. Don't you get on that table. Don't you do it. Hubby's cat climbs up me like I'm a cat perch, claws and all. Yeah, see, if they claw, they don't get to do this. Is that comfortable, Hera? Is that where we're laying now? Yeah, and you're just gonna whack me in the head with your tail? Yeah. Yeah, she's hush puppying on my arm. She's very content with her choice right now. I am the couch Seamus, it's true. Going to have cat scratches on your shoulders. I'll have pinpricks probably. I can feel her like pushing with them, but not digging, if that makes sense. She, unlike Smeagol, she has like really good claw control. Smeagol has no claw control. He never has, he never will. Mitty found a way to open the screen sliding deck door with his booty. Oh my god. He is a little bit not all there in the brain, Seamus, you are correct. Yeah. You're very pleased with yourself. You are very, very pleased with yourself. This cat, I swear. This cat, I swear. Is that your daddy? Are you watching him? Dump truck is just fat and has great claw control. Kissy's namesake, she is horrible at claw control. She doesn't want to, but she will. Oh. She's like, hey, wait a minute. She'll come right back out here, I guarantee it. Because I haven't moved. He put her on the bed, but she'll be back. I had a feeling that was the only way she was getting down. So if I had crouched, she probably would have gotten back down. Yeah, it is coming right on up. There she is. What is it, Hera? Came back. You gonna plop yourself in front of the sink? Yes, she is. She's like, all right, I'll just keep an eye on everything. Yeah, this has kind of become the ritual of eventually I become a cat tree while we are doing whatever in the kitchen. Like, she just associates me being at this island with long periods of time as cat tree time, because even when we're not streaming, if I come out here to do any sort of baking on my own, she's right here asking for uppies. And I'm like, girl, this is not the time. It's not the time, Hera. No. Hi. She does. I know, you want to come back up, don't you? Nope, she's going to plop herself right in front of me.
Look at you. You look so pleased with yourself.
She's extremely pleased with herself.
You're so smug.
She definitely has the attitude. She has a lot of catitude. Hi, Bean, welcome in. How are you? It's always time for uppies. It's not always time for uppies. She would like it to always be time for uppies, but it's not always time for uppies, huh, baby? We got 3 minutes on the clock. That we may be good to go on baking the bread. We may be good to go. So the bread book. Mom is working. I had to rescue her. I mean, to an extent. So once we get it in there. There are various ways to treat the loaf before it goes into the oven. For this recipe, merely brush the dough with cold water, which helps to give the top a textured crust. Then, with a sharp knife, make 3 diagonal slashes about 1/2 inch deep across the top of the loaf, both for a more professional look and to prevent cracking. There are so many little notes that I could go and read. Place the pan near the center of the lower oven rack and set a timer for 35 minutes. Begin testing after that time, even though the total baking time may be as much as 50 minutes. To test, tap the top of the loaf with your knuckles. When done, it will sound hollow. Invert the loaf onto a towel held in one hand and test the bottom as well for that hollow sound. If it does not seem quite firm enough and needs only a little more baking, place the loaf directly on the oven rack to crisp the bottom, watching it carefully to prevent it from burning. If the test shows that the bottom is somewhat soft, slide the loaf back into the heated pan and return it to the oven to bake for 5 or 6 minutes more. Test the bottom again, and when firm enough, bake the unmolded loaf a few minutes for the final crisping. When completely baked, remove from the oven and set on a bread rack to cool. After 2 or 3 hours, the bread is good for slicing. When it is thoroughly cooled, it can be stored in a plastic bag in or out of the refrigerator for several days. It also freezes well, and a frozen loaf wrapped airtight can be stored for a month. To reheat, remove from the freezer, wrap in aluminum foil, and heat in a 350-degree oven for about 20 to 40 minutes. Perfect. Perfect. So let me set that oven to 400. That's step 1. And I think the rack will be fine where it is, honestly. Let me give you a peek of what the bread looks like now. It is pressing the top of the saran wrap. So it has risen, it has filled out to the edges. I'm going to just let it sit here. And when the oven comes up to temp is when I will pull the saran wrap off, we'll score it, we'll put the water on it. In fact, is my knife still in here? When I said I was getting into sourdough, I really meant it. For a little while, I was making like a loaf a week. You would think I would be much better at yeasted products, but alas, I'm not. And maybe my lack of confidence comes from the fact that I was trying to do sourdough. And sourdough, as it turns out, is a lot more difficult. But Seamus did get me like one of those specialty knives for slicing. And I just don't know if it lives in here or not. But if it does, it's all the way at the bottom by now. The bottom and the back. Well, that's actually garbage. That is an old, scalpel. Seamus had access to them at one point, which we were using for slicing bread because it's extremely sharp. But we don't need that anymore. My knife does not appear to be in here, so it might be out on the storage porch. In fact, it's probably out on the storage porch. Now I will just ever so carefully put everything back in the drawer. Making sure that the ladles do not face up in a way that they're going to permanently close the drawer, because that's always awkward. You don't remember this knife? I do. It's got a leather sheath. It's got a leather sheath. Let me go check the porch. It might be with my bread Dutch oven. Klausch, I think is what that's called. You guys can still hear me, you just can't see me. He's gonna see this knife and he's gonna be like, oh yeah, I remember that now. If I find it. I know I have it. Oh, is that the box for it? Yes. Is it in here? Yes. Okay, so I just kept it safely secured where it's not gonna slice my fingers open. You know, that's kind of smart. Not gonna lie. It's kind of smart. This is specially made for slicing the tops of bread. So we'll just set that off to the side. We're waiting for the oven to come up to temp. And it really shouldn't take that long, all things considered. And then we've just got about half an hour. Which is perfect because we're not quite at 5:15 yet either, which is when I said I would take this out. It's only 5:09. It's only 9 after. Sorry, I'm just curious as to what these notifications are. I don't normally check my phone. Aww. Aww. Okay, this one's really cute. This is from my brother. That's Ida Red, and we've got, trying to get it so that it focuses better. We've got Ida and Mojo and a couple of the other ducks. It doesn't want to focus on that, but they're there. They're adorable. They're very cute. Oh wait, I need that timer still because this is gonna bake for 35 once it goes in. Right, so cute. I have a shoebox full of paracord scraps while I actually do the work of joining them and making something. Maybe. I feel like you will, Carrie. That sounds like something that's right up your alley. Sounds like it's right up your alley. So technically speaking, we have about 5 minutes before I should be doing anything with this. And it continues to rise. Like, it's making a beautiful presentation in here. It's going to be a good loaf of bread. I have good feelings about this. I have a good feeling about this. You look so annoyed, Hera. You look so annoyed. Yeah. Is it that bothersome that you can't be on the shoulder anymore? Yeah. Yeah. You're funny. You're funny and I love you. Adorable little girl. Is that a deadline for when husband is gone and I make the house smell funny? Not a bad deadline. How are we making the house smell funny though? Like, should we be concerned? Should we be concerned about why the house is gonna smell funny, Carrie? Oh, melting the paracord to join it. Okay, that would make sense. Opal figured it out. I was just a little bit oblivious. I was just a little bit oblivious. Yeah, it's not a good smell. You are correct. I have smelled that before and it's not pleasant. Not one bit. The oven is up to temp. I'm just giving this the last 3 minutes of its rise. Although I don't think it really makes that big of a difference. I don't think it makes that big of a difference. Let me get cold water. Okay. And again, this is just going to be water, so it'll be able to just set it down, let it dry. You smelled it? Yeah. I remember doing stuff with that kind of cord as a kid. And having to melt the ends to seal them. Look at how lovely this is. Like, I wish... Maybe... Hold on. Yeah, if I turn that light off, you can get a better view of the bread. It just makes it a little dark for me in here. Alpha Varg, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. That's why I use the wood burner outside to trim ends. That makes sense. Okay. So first, I find my pastry brush. If I had been smart when I was digging through for everything else, I would have grabbed said brush. There it is. Again, it's going to be just water, so nothing's going to have to be washed, just dried. Brush it with cold water. Oh my goodness. Phoenix! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika, but you may also hear me called Sam. I am a member of Everbreak Global Gaming, Set the Tone, and Content Delta stream teams here on Twitch, and a variety streamer who does everything from bake to create to paint her nails and play games. And today is a very special Cook With Me day where we have made pasta sauce, meatballs, and we are in the process of finishing up our bread. Phoenix, how was your stream? How did it go? You guys, Phoenix is a lovely teammate of mine on both EBGG and Set the Tone. You should definitely check them out. You should definitely give them a follow, especially if you like cozy games, because that is their forte. They've really gotten into the oh my god, and Al Kadim's here too. Oh my goodness, it's a double raid. Al Kadim, hello. Al Kadim is a member of Set the Tone with me, and he is, you know, the salute master himself. Very chill vibes, very chill vibes. I think he leans more into Souls-like and horror than Phoenix does. Were you guys playing together? Is that why it's a double raid, or is this just coincidence? Hello, Yellowfin. Hello, Danny. Hello, Strix. Maybe I can get the nice day. Ooh, there you go, Carrie, to do the patio. Hello, Phoenix. Hello, Al Kadim. Hello, Raji. Hello, Sakura or Sky. Do you oh my god, I went for Sakura right off the bat, but I think you prefer Sky. Everybody's here. Forza Horizon 6 for Al Kadim. Wait, why didn't Phoenix, did I break it? You were both playing Forza Horizon 6. Did I break? So I broke one of my shout outs, didn't I? Or did I? I did not. Okay, holy smokes. I was so confused for a moment. It is a double raid. Hello, Hazels. The double raid. We were like, meatballs. Yeah, meatballs. They're gonna be so good. Hello, corn dog. You are naughty. You were playing cars together. I love that though. You borked the things. You borked the things. I am here for that. I am here for that. I am currently following the recommendation of the book for the bread of putting cold water on the top of it to make a better crust. I'm not super strong with yeasted things, so this is a process for me. This is a process for me. I've played with yeasted things. I have the tools for yeasted things. I just haven't done much with yeasted things. Nothing broken, nothing ever breaks on streams. Exactly, Raji. Exactly. It's just the stream experience. It's just the stream experience. Phoenix, Al Kadim, I really appreciate, again, the double raid. If you need to raid and run, if you gotta get post-stream self-care, if you gotta do shit, I completely understand. If you wanna stay and hang around and stuff though, you are more than welcome. And that goes for everybody that came in with you guys too. You're all amazing. You would never know anything about that. You're starving? I have bad news. None of this gets eaten until tomorrow. None of this gets eaten until tomorrow. God, it is so satisfying to use the blade on bread. It's so satisfying. And very carefully, I'm going to wipe it off. Like, extremely carefully. Because at the end of the day, this is a razor blade. Okay. I think it's called a lame, like Lame. I don't know if it's pronounced lame or lame or lam. I don't know the pronunciation, but that's how it's spelled. I don't know if you can make it. Oh no, Al-Qadim, oh no. Getting some foods and you're gonna lurk my pretty face. I appreciates. If I can get another shout out for both Phoenix and Al-Qadim, I would really appreciate that. That thingy. Yeah, you forgot about it, Seamus, but I didn't. So our bread is nicely sliced. It's coated. Thank you. We have our timer set for 35 minutes. I'm gonna go stick it in yon oven. Sticking it in the oven. So now it can bake. I guess a little bit came off. Needs a swish with a little bit of soap. It's not that bad. Not that bad, but this just needs a rinse. Okay, let the pastry brush dry. Put the bowl in the sink. Now, if I wasn't streaming, this would be the point where everything's in the oven. I would start doing dishes, but I'm gonna chat with you guys. Yeah, go find some grub. That is exactly the idea, Brutus, is to make a meatball sandwich with that bread. And that bread will hold over to tomorrow because this sauce and meatballs will not be done for 24 hours. You gotta let it sit. You gotta let it sit. It's so necessary. It's so, so very necessary. I don't begrudge anybody for doing like jarred sauce or making their sauces really quick because I understand not everybody has the time to just let sauce simmer for 24 hours. Not everybody has the space to just let sauce simmer for 24 hours. Not everybody has a lifestyle that's conducive to it. So when I say I'm a snob about my sauce and my meatballs, I mean that I'm gonna give you shit lightly if you are my friend and you're not making sauce in this manner. But like, I'm not gonna give you true shit. I'm not gonna actually turn my nose up in the air and refuse to eat at your house or disparage you. It's that friendly banter, right? I do, however, oh, you laid on my foot, Hera. I do, however, judge restaurants that tell me they made homemade meatballs and I can tell that they're frozen. When did you make these homemade meatballs? Because this tastes like freezer. Crazy how good that sounds. It's so good, Brutus. It's so good. I highly recommend. I can't recommend doing it this way more. And it's not difficult. Once every couple of hours, I will come out, I will stir it, and then I'll go back to doing whatever it is I'm doing. And when I go to bed tonight, I'll turn it off so that I don't have to stir it and so that I don't burn the house down. I will say, with the rising cost of electricity in this society, because I don't want to say this country because I'm pretty sure utility prices are going up worldwide. This is not strictly a North America thing, right? Or a US thing. With the rising cost of energy globally, leaving things on for 24 hours may also not be financially feasible for some people. I don't know how much extra draw a crock pot would put for 24 hours on a bill. I'm not in a position where I personally have to worry about it, but I know that there are some people out there who might be. You make meatballs on occasion. Oh my God, meatballs are one of my favorite things. For myself, I would use a jar and fancy it up, but if I cooked for someone else, I would make it, yeah. And that's also true, Raji. A lot of times when Seamus and I are making a quick pasta meal, we have a jar of sauce. I have nothing against a jar of sauce. I like easy. But when I want meatballs, so here's the thing. This is the only thing where I do have a stipulation. When I eat meatballs, it either needs to be the tastiest damn meatball ever, or it needs to be full of sauce. There's no in between because I don't like the flavor of meat. So if the meatball isn't soaked in sauce and has absorbed the sauce into itself and infused, the flavor of the meat is usually too predominant, and I don't care for that. That is entirely a me preference. Hence, they're in the sauce already. You know, I wouldn't be making these tomorrow to go in the sauce. I have made them hours later and put them in the sauce. Like, there have been times where I've started the sauce at around noon and I don't get to making the meatballs until like 8 that evening, and they're still fine. The meatballs really only need about 12 hours in the sauce to get to where they are. I just prefer to get them in as close to the start as I can. Nothing easy about 4 kids. Whew. Yeah, and with 4 kids, like, let's be honest, they're not waiting. Unless they grew up in a household where they understood how the sauce works like I did, they're not waiting 24 hours for the sauce and meatballs. They want it. And they want it now because they're hungry now. Like, that is a thing. That is a thing. And I remember when my mom would make sauce because it was on occasion. She didn't make it nearly as frequently as I do. She would make it like every 2 or 3 years. When she would make sauce and meatballs and I was younger, it was so hard to not just dig in. And I may have, on occasion, just taken a piece of bread and dipped it in there when she wasn't looking. It was worth it, you guys. It was absolutely worth it. Because I needed it. I needed it in my face hole immediately. I wasn't waiting. I was not waiting. So, yeah, that was the time of my life as a youth. Couldn't get away with that at grandma's house. Absolutely not. And oh my God. So my grandmother had Alzheimer's dementia. And she survived a very long time with Alzheimer's dementia. And she was one of the ones that, as the disease progressed, she really lost her sense of smell. She could still taste, but your taste is so influenced by smell that she thought she was putting in the same amount of garlic that she always put in. No, my grandmother was using like half a jar of garlic, like half a container. You could smell the garlic down the street. She was using so much garlic because she didn't have the proper sense of smell to know, and she didn't have the memory to realize. Very quickly, it became unsafe for young Saknika to eat at grandma's house. My secret is safe. Yes. My secret is, I would say, so it depends on where you fall in the spirituality spectrum, okay? It's definitely safe if you are atheist. It's completely not safe if you're anything else, because my mom is very much dead. She passed in 2018 from lung cancer, August 2018. So if you're an atheist, her consciousness doesn't exist anymore, but I am Wiccan. I do believe in reincarnation, but I also believe that time doesn't matter on an energetic resonance, so you can be reborn and still exist in other places in time, which is how I feel like deja vu comes about, right? Anyways, so in that regard, my mom knows all of my secrets now. She's become ethereal. She just is omnipresent, and she knows. And she's looking down from wherever she is and going, damn it, Samantha. She doesn't care though. Something like that, she would have just rolled her eyes. She would have rolled her eyes. She probably was doing the same thing, I'm not gonna lie. She probably was doing the same thing in the middle of the night when she'd get up to go to the bathroom. Because that would be very much like her to be a do as I say, not as I do kind of person, because we all struggled to resist the sauce. You think that I won't dip a piece of bread into this? You're wrong. Eventually you gotta sample a little bit of it. But yeah. What a thing. What a thing. Oh my goodness. We have 25 minutes. 25 minutes to testing the bread. I feel like I need to sit. Yeah, you gotta taste for the seasoning. Not that I'm gonna add any more seasoning. And you know what? I can sit just by bringing a chair out here, but I basically just want to get off of my feet a little bit. I want to get off of my feet for a moment. Oh, and I can, Hera will come join me. I can also tilt this down. Come here, Hera. We can have kitty time while we sit. Come on. There you go. Yes. There you go. No hesitation. No hesitation. Yes, hi. Oh my goodness. She's so happy. You're gonna lay on the mic. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is Hera. Oop. If you're gonna climb up there, don't just drag yourself up, little girl. You need to, step on the rest of my body. Yeah. Actually, let's see. If I come closer, you might be able to see it. She might allow it. She is polydactyl. She has extra thumbs. Yes, you have extra thumbs. She has 6 toes on all of her paws, not just her front paws. She is quite the princess. It is true. Yes. Yes. And she knows it. She knows that she's spoiled rotten and she doesn't care. Huh. Yes. Oh my goodness. All the face rubbies. Yes. Oh, hi. You're so pleased with yourself. You're so pleased with yourself. Oh, yes. Is that a better shoulder? What are we doing? What are we doing, Hera? You gotta sniff the island? Are you licking the island, little girl? You're certainly trying to push my head off of my neck. Why are we puffy? She's only a little puffy at the base of her tail. Because it's Hera. We're friends, so here's my butt. Exactly, Hazel. Exactly. Hi, sweetie pie. Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's the good spot. That's the really good spot. Yeah, you gotta lick my hand. Okay. Okay. Now you whip that tail back and forth. Also has extra toes on each paw. Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. What are we doing? What are we doing, little girl? I love you, but I would love to not have fur in my mouth. Yeah, to not have fur in my mouth. There's somebody else with a polydactyl kitty in chat. Yeah. We call her our polydactyl princess. My brother says we should have just named her Polly because she behaves like a parrot, and she has all the extra toes. He's not wrong, but we settled on Hera and we're not going back. Nobody tell him I said that. He's not wrong. I can't let my little brother know that. Fur is necessary topping on food. Maybe carrot, but maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, hi. She's just purring away. She's in her happiest time. She loves this. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Oh, sweet baby. Sweet baby. Oop. Where are you going? Hi. Hi. You gotta rub on the chair too? Yeah? Is that really necessary? Yes, you gotta rub on my face now. Oh my goodness. Hera, you are something else. You are something else, little girl. What are we doing? Gotta turn around. You gotta come down into the lap. I think that's a good idea. Ugh. She is Seamus. Hi, Dani. Welcome in. How are you? I grew up with 4 dogs in the house. It was a fact of life. That and clothes came out of the dryer with clean hair in them. Yeah. Yeah. Our dryer's lint catches mostly cat fur. I'm doing good. I'm just having a sit to get off of my feet while we wait for the bread to bake. And Hera is getting all of the attention that she's ever desired while the bread bakes. Because this is what you do when you're waiting for something in the oven. Oh yeah, we're gonna climb again, Hera? Yeah. Is that better? Okay. Oh, yes. Yes. She can never decide where she's comfy. She can never decide where she's comfy. Huh. Yeah. You're indecisive. Oh, I know. I know. Oh. Thank you for the face kisses. Yeah. Yeah, I am the kitty perch. What are we doing, Hera? Is the corner of the chair just that interesting? Is it the Highland you're after? Oop. Do not. We don't get on the island. The island is not for cats. Yeah, not for cats. I need to get some of your fur out of my face. Yeah. It's not for kitties. Oh. Yeah, so she is, we adopted her the most recently. She came from a cat rescue. Local to us, they estimated her to be between 3 and 5 years old. The way she behaved in the rescue, you would have thought she was 5. The way she behaves now, she's closer to 3. The vet would even say that she's probably closer to 3. She and Smeagol, so when she first got here, Smeagol really wanted to be her friend. And she just wanted to explore all of her surroundings. When we tried to keep her sequestered into one room. She climbed the door. She climbed the door. And that was when we realized that there was no sequestering her. So after about 36 hours, she was free to roam because there was, like, you just couldn't. We originally, so the living room is over here and it doesn't have a door on it, but it has a door available to it. So we had like hung the door up on there. It didn't shut quite properly because the house has shifted since the door has been taken down, and you know, it is what it is. Prior to putting the door on, we had tried to stack 2 baby gates and she was climbing up and over the baby gates because she wanted out. She wanted to explore. She wanted to roam the apartment. And we were trying to do the whole like, let them be nose to nose under the door at the gates. They sent us home with like a little kitty blanket mat thing. So we would put it where she would lay, and then we would put it where Smeagol would lay, and we kept bringing it back and forth to try and exchange scents a couple times a day. Didn't matter. She wanted out, so she got out. And Smeagol wanted to be her friend immediately, and she did not want to be friends. To this day, Smeagol would really love to just be a snuggle buddy with her, and she's better. She's better with him. We've had her for almost a year now, actually. It's been almost a year. Because we got her, actually, it may have been a year, because we got you not long before we went camping last year, little girl. I think we've had you a year, Hera. Anyways, like, she tolerates him. They will play together on occasion. They like to play chase. She doesn't want to snuggle with him, though. But to be fair, she also is only just starting to snuggle with us. For the longest time, she might lay near us, but she didn't want to lay against us or with us. And she's only just now starting to snuggle with us at night. It's getting to the point where you're forgetting who knows Danny. That's fair. That's fair. We got 15 minutes on the clock. Oh my God, that bread looks so good in there. And it smells so good. It smells so good. So once it comes out, I'm now having a panic attack about what I say attack. I'm having a panic moment if it was supposed to be 400 degrees. Yes, it was. 400 Fahrenheit, which is, I think, 200 Celsius. So this is what we made the bread from, and this is Beard on Bread. It's by James Beard. Highly recommend this book if you want to get into bread making. I think this is the most beginner-friendly book out there. I have others, but that was the one I wanted to go to. Everything else is just off the cuff. There's no actual recipe I can give to you guys. So normally the recipes are in the Discord and I have everything open and available, but this is the one time where I'm gonna say, if you wanna know how I put together the meatballs and how I put together the sauce, you're gonna have to go back and watch the VOD, because cooking is entirely by heart. You can follow a recipe for cooking, but these things I don't. I just do. So I can tell you what I put in there. I have very few things though that I can say this is the quantity that you need to get or to add or what have you. And depending on personal preference, you may add or omit specific spices. I know there are some people out there that if they wanted like a spicier, zippier meatball, they'd put red pepper flakes in there. I don't want that, so I didn't. People who want a zippier sauce will put sausage in there. That's not up my alley. Some people add carrot puree, or like Kayla was saying, brown sugar to the sauce to give it a little bit of a sweeter edge, cut some of the acidity. That's not my vibe. Like, these are things where your own personal touch is always going to shine through. It's always going to shine through. The bread, in theory, I could put that in Discord, but here's the thing. I don't think I can do a better job in Discord explaining how to make basic white bread, how to knead the dough, look for the rise, so on and so forth, than is already said in this book. And I would probably need 3 posts worth of space in Discord to even try to explain it. So I'm really like, this is the one few time I'm gonna say, just get the book. Just get the book. Like, this book is worth it. It's a little expensive. It's 21 US, 28 Canadian, but like, you have a lot of stuff in here. So you start with the basic white bread because that's the foundation, and then he's got recipes for a lot of stuff, because he has a section called Observations, which is going to talk to you about flour, the electric mixer, knives, like tools of the trade. Then he goes into basic yeast bread and other white flour breads. He's got wholemeal breads, sweetened breads and coffee cakes, egg breads, batter breads, baking powder and soda breads, which are also known as quick breads, rolls, flatbreads, filled breads, fried cakes, griddle breads, and then the index. So there's a lot in here. It is basically a bread maker's Bible, but it's not the bread Bible, which I also have. Actually, I think that may have been yours, Seamus, the bread Bible, and now it just lives on the shelf. Ugh. Cat hair in my mouth. Imagine, Hera, how could that have happened? So I definitely I have other things I want to try out from in here, but getting used to this basic white bread is going to be important. Because then you have basic home style bread, then a white freeform loaf, which is always fun. There's a broiled white freeform loaf, buttermilk white bread, Carl Goes bread. It's he's from Oregon. And that one, it calls for brown sugar, a potato, and potato water, and wheat germ, powdered milk. Could be interesting. Pretty sure James Beard is a fairly prestigious award given to chefs at times. Maybe? I'm not sure, Dova. I'm not sure. There's French style bread. Pullman loaf or pain de mie. It's frequently used for sandwiches, a 4-square loaf that has a delicate texture, fine crumb, and good flavor. I like that. There's refrigerator potato bread. I like that idea too. And then there's another potato bread with caraway seeds. Sour cream bread sounds interesting. A walnut bread from Southern Burgundy. Cornmeal bread sounds good. Cheese bread sounds phenomenal. That is yeast, of course, sugar, warm water, flour, salt, butter, Tabasco, grated Parmesan cheese, and shredded Gruyere or Swiss Emmentaler cheese. Do you actually put the cheese into the dough? Yep, you punch the dough down after the first rise, turn it out onto a lightly floured board, and knead in the cheeses. When thoroughly blended, cut the dough in half and let it rest for 10 minutes, then roll out each half into a rectangle about 11 by 6. Let rest for 2 to 3 minutes more. Roll each rectangle up, pinching the edges as you do and tucking the ends so that the loaf measures 4.5 by 7.5 inches. Place the dough in 2 well-buttered 8 by 4 by 2 tins. Cover, let rise in a warm spot until the bread has reached the top of the tin or slightly higher, and then bake it. You can also use shredded sharp cheddar instead of Gruyere. Yeah, I think that's going to have to be made. Welcome back, Bubbly. Yes, have some. James Beard is an award thing for chefs. Nice. Jalapeno cheddar sourdough is bomb. That sounds bomb. I'm just making everybody hungry. There's pizza cascia nanza recipe from Italian Family Cooking. He references if the recipes came from somewhere else. Oh my goodness, Vin! Vin, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Technica, but you may also hear me called Sam. I'm a member of Everbright Global Gaming, Set the Tone and Content Delta stream teams here on Twitch, and a variety streamer who does everything from bake to create to paint her nails and play games. And today we are working on pasta sauce, meatball, and bread. And we're actually just sitting and chilling while we wait for the bread in the oven, which is looking phenomenal. Vin is one of my beautiful teammates on both EBGG and Set the Tone. If you guys are not following Vin, you 10 out of 10 should be, because I don't usually cook. This is a very special stream, but Vin does when he has the ability, along with playing a lot of games. I know Slay the Spire has been common, but today was Super Battle Golf. How was stream, Vin? How did it go? Welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, Mare. Hi, Moon Bunny. Did it go well? Did you do all the crazy stuff? Did you beat everybody up? Did you beat everybody up? How many people actually made it to the hole? How many people made it to the hole? Today was a Set the Tone stream team event day. So many explosions. Yes. Y'all did eventually? Okay. So everybody got at least one ball in the hole. One ball in the hole. Today was Set the Tones, and I think we're doing 2 weekends of it. So next weekend should also be, I think it is next weekend, Super Battle Golf, and I think I'm joining in on that one. I have to relook at the dates. But it's a team event. And by the time this one was announced, I already had all the stuff planned out for the cooking stream. So I was like, next time. Vin, if you need to raid and run, if you need to get post-stream self-care, don't let me hold you here. You are, of course, welcome to stay. But I understand, you just did a big heckin' stream and you might need to go and take care of yourself. And that is important. Getting the balls into the hole is a big accomplishment, Bubbly. It is. It absolutely is. You need all of those balls in hole accomplishment. Yeah, well, we're waiting for the bread in the oven. We've just been going through all of the beautiful recipes in this book. Getting these nuts in the hole is a big accomplishment. Got him, Bubbly. Give yourself a prize. That's what she said. Is this pizza dough? I think this might be pizza dough, in which case, like, heck yes. Is take out before a bit of dough was reserved to make a pizza. Okay. So this would be put into the oven with the pizza, but taken out before, which is how the name came about. And is a type of garlic bread. So guess who can't eat this? Me. Ermagerd. Yeah. Yeah, there's a gluten bread, which is apparently low in calories and good for diabetes, according to the little thing. So you have to actually get gluten flour for this. That's interesting. Had a weekend of dairy, your stomach feels like it's going to implode, Bubbly. I believe it. Saffron bread. I can speak, really. Saffron bread sounds amazing. There's Italian feather bread, salt rising bread. Oh my gosh. There is sourdough in here. And it includes how to make the starter, which is important. And then we get into the wholemeal breads, which we have. Oh my God, that is a mouthful. Myrtle Allen's brown bread, whole wheat, made with hard wheat. I don't understand how they did these. All right. Myrtle Allen's brown bread. Whole wheat bread made with hard wheat flour. William Melville Child's health bread, in case you're not healthy enough. Norwegian whole wheat bread. I'm not a huge fan of whole wheat, honestly. Wholemeal bread with potatoes. I am a fan of potatoes, though. Cracked wheat bread. Mrs. Elizabeth Ovenstead's bread. Graham bread. We got 2.5 minutes on the clock. Sourdough rye sounds phenomenal. Rye bread, of course, sounds really good. I love a good rye bread. The cheddar broccoli chicken bake I made last night was so good. Oh my God, Bubbly, it looked so good. There's a Finnish sour rye bread, dark herb bread, Pronto pumpernickel. Oh, I love a good pumpernickel too. Another pumpernickel. There's 3 pumpernickel recipes in here. I think somebody else likes pumpernickel too. You need to revive Betty White, Sparkly. Why is that? Why do you need to revive Betty White? Anadama bread. I don't know what that is. It's got molasses in it though, and yellow cornmeal. Bavarian rye. Black bread. I'm assuming this has something in it. It's got cocoa in it and coffee. So it's the color of it. I was worried that it was going to be one of those blood breads. Marietta's oatmeal bread with cooked oatmeal. And then we get into sweetened breads and coffee cakes. We've got Mother's raisin, raisin and nut, currant, whole wheat nut, pistachio, rich sour cream coffee cake, monkey,
Moravian coffee cake, cinnamon bread, Swedish limpa, kugelhopf, and vertikake. I'm mispronouncing so many of these. Bready. Oh, your sourdough starter. I got you. Mine was called Yeasty, and I took him out to be discarded, and before I could look at it, Seamus put him in the garbage, so I never got to look. Hi, Mandels. Welcome in. How are you? Made with cornmeal and molasses. Yeah. You love pumpernickel? You should revive him, though, if you can. You should revive him. Because, you know, that's good. We've got 30 seconds on the clock. We got 30 seconds. Okay, so the book said, I'm going to let it go just a minute longer, because I have to reread instructions. Begin testing after that time, even though the total baking time may be as much as 50 minutes. Wrap the top of the bread with your knuckles. It will sound hollow. Invert it into a towel. Test the bottom as well for that hollow sound. Okay. Okay. We're gonna go play in the oven, near the oven. Don't burn yourself if you go near ovens, friends. Don't burn yourself near ovens. And I also would like to do that. Okay. So I am going to need hot mitts. Oh my God, it's beautiful. Oh my God, that is a gorgeous looking bread. I think it sounds hollow. One second. Because I don't trust myself. Towel. Invert it. Come on. Come on, bread. Break free. The bread doesn't want to come out of the pan. I might, Seamus. I think I need a knife, actually, is what I need. I think I need to break it free from the sides so that I can wrap the bottom and see if it's done. It just won't. It won't release. And it was well buttered, doesn't it? I think it's at the corners that it's struggling. Tell you right now, the crust sounds amazing thus far.
And the color is spectacular. Nope. Just hope it would release by whacking on the bottom.
Yeah, it does not want to come out.
It's probably stuck underneath.
Probably.
Which means it has to come.
I mean, it sounds like it's hollow.
Yeah.
I just don't want to have underdone bread, you know? I would really like it to come out. Silly me. I still have to hold on to it.
There it goes.
Okay. I broke the suction. thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
bread.
it's done. It is done. That is a beautiful loaf of bread. Holy crap. And I can just bring it over on the towel. You guys, it's so pretty. I will get a cooling rack out, but it's so pretty. It was a little bit of a struggle to get it out of there, but it's out. It's out and it's so beautiful. Teamwork, yeah, smack that bun. Look at this, you guys. Look at this. That is a stunning loaf of bread. Oh my God. It smells good. I'm so excited. Yeah, it's nice and crusty. Smack it like it owes you money. The smell is killing you. Yes, a wild Seamus does show up here and there. Wild Seamus does show up. All right, cooling rack. Which is just a wire rack, something to allow air to get underneath it. I don't think that this needs to sit in the oven any longer. I know it talked about it in the book, but I think it's solidly done. And then this can just be set over here. We can exchange out the tea towels for the dishes. Wow. 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 I am so pleased. Exactly, Red Wing, exactly. Let it cool quickly and evenly. Yeah, bread. Incoming ad. Oh my God, are we at the ads already? Are we already at the ads? I don't know if I can snooze them. Where are we at? I actually have to move things so I can see. 6 minutes. Okay. That being the case, I'm going to meet you guys over in the desktop area because we have done what we set out to do. It's going to be 2 to 3 hours before Seamus and I can even consider slicing into that bread. Before we can even consider it. Be too impatient to just slice into it while burning my fingers. You gotta let it cool, Mandles. You gotta let it cool. So, just a couple of seconds. Keep an eye on this. Hi, L&D. L&D! Before I go. It's bread! It's beautiful. I'm so pleased with this. I'm gonna go in and get on desktop, Sam. I will meet you guys over in the other room. And we'll have a little bit of our closing chatter before we find a place to go hang out. Spouse and I just made rhubarb scones. Oh, those sound good. Those sound good. Okay, phone, chapstick, water, going over there. Helps if I turn this mic on. Oh my goodness, you guys. I feel accomplished. Switch that. Okay, there. Now my captions will come through. I would love that recipe, L&D, for those scones. I would love that recipe for those scones. Wait, it said I had 3 snoozes. There they are. I don't know if my mods can see the snoozes, but I can see them in my actual dashboard. So I've snoozed the ads for 5 minutes. You guys, this has been amazing. This has been amazing. Did you like the sauce? Did you like the meatballs? Did you like the bread? I really like the bread. I'm not gonna lie. The bread might be my favorite part. Mine have been 0 for 3 over a week and you don't know why. Interesting, Mandel. So the one that showed up in the top of chat was showing me 0 out of 3. Thank you, L&D. But the one where I've used a browser doc to put the ads manager in my OBS is showing 3 out of 3. So I don't know if it's a case that you might just have to do like me and go to the browser doc instead of the one that pops up in chat. Glad you could see the amazing loaf. I'm glad you could too, Danny. Should probably do that. Yeah. Loved it all. And the visits from the kitties and Seamus were great. I'm so glad, Red Wing. I'm so glad. This was fun. This was actually a lot of fun. Now, don't get used to it, because I don't like to cook. This is like an exception. But, perhaps we try making more bread on stream at some point, because I really do want to get more comfortable with bread, and the best way to do that is to do it. Like, you just have to do it. I might do some on my own just to really get the handle on it. I may just repeat this basic white bread recipe over and over until I'm comfortable with that, because I bet that this bread is going to be fantastic, and it'll be a good stopgap for when Seamus and I eat all of the bread and don't want to go to the grocery store. We just have to, you know, maintain yeast in the house, because that's also a thing. Bread making streams would be great. Excellent. More bread. Yes. Okay. We will look at making more bread on stream. Oh, darn. More yeast. Oh, the tragedy of more yeast. Whatever will we do, Seamus? Whatever will we do? I don't know. What a struggle. Such a struggle. I am taking a look to see who's doing the stuff and the things, though, you guys. It has been 4 glorious hours. We are coming to the conclusion. I had been running a special on gifting 5 subs or more because of the fact that the one badge needed at least 1 sub to get. We've made it 4 hours, so that means most people should have had time enough to be here to get the watch time badge. Like, dropping those badges was a lot of fun too. It was so much fun. And I look forward to seeing them in chat from here forward, because, like, that'll be cool. That'll be cool. I think we're gonna go somewhere different. Let me just see how long they've been on and where they're at. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna keep us in the food and drink category, because that's always nice. Hi, Ben. You missed the bread look? Seamus says he'll put it in Discord, which means he's gonna go take a picture of it for me. More carbs. I've still got cat hair in my mouth. I do like your spaghetti badge. You did it, Ben. You did it. You were here for 2 hours quietly lurking. I love that. I love that. Where are they at in their stream? They might actually be near the end of their stream, because they're doing a taste test. So that might not actually be a good idea. This is always the hardest part. Picking a spot. But I also know you guys, because you've told me before, you prefer, after we've had a calm day doing cooking and baking, not to go into something hectic and crazy. Which makes sense, right? We've been having calm vibes. I shouldn't just drop you into insanity. That's not fun. That's not fun. Oh, maybe this person, though. This might even be a better spot. Yeah. So this person is celebrating 1 year of affiliate. They are celebrating the fact that
basically it's Sunday, it looks like, and they're making strawberry shortcake. They're making strawberry shortcake. So how about that? Yes. Yes, we're going to go say hello to Jess to Impress. We're going to go say hello to Jess to Impress. You guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for lurking, for chatting, for gifting subs, for subscribing, dropping bits, giving the kitties treats, being encouraging, laughing with me, earning your badges. Like, however you were here, however you chose to support, you did, and I really appreciate that. Big thanks to our raiders today. We had Alkadim, Phoenix, May, and Vin, all wonderful, beautiful teammates of mine. You should check each and every one of them out. 10 out of 10, recommend. They all have their own vibe, but all the vibes are good. The cat loaf. If you're not already, get in the Discord. I will make sure to post a picture of the bread at some point. I will make sure to post a picture of the pasta sauce and the bread and everything on a plate at some point, because of course that's dinner tomorrow. That is dinner tomorrow. I could go the extra mile and make my own pasta. I am not going the extra mile and making my own pasta. We bought it at the supermarket for like 89 cents, you know? But Discord, if you are interested. Socials, if you'd like to see stuff elsewhere. I'm so at, you know, remembering to post on them. If you are subscribed, that first raid message with the mandalas is for you. If you're not subscribed, you're going to want to grab the second one with the hearts. Again, I really appreciate you guys being here. I will be back tomorrow evening for more Resident Evil 0. We're going to continue to give these zombies a lead shower. They deserve it, because they want to be put out of their misery. All right, grab your raid message. Let's go say hello to Jess to Impress. Thank you guys again for being here. And in the meantime, make sure you take a moment to practice some self-care. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that you love you, because you earned it, friends. You're amazing. You deserve it. Thank you again for everything. Bye-bye.